with its mandate derived from Section 163 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Sole representative of local government. The Salga Constitution makes provision for the convening of the provincial and national members' assemblies. The Members' Assembly, the PMA, is a constitutional meeting of all municipalities conference. You would know in other organizations there are general councils, members assembly. In other organizations there are assemblies as well. In terms of Article 23.1 of the Salga Constitution, meeting of members known as the PMA. The Provincial Members' Assembly is a platform for member municipalities to deliberate on imperatives outlined in the Salga Constitution and topical matters impacting on local government, and to consult matters impacting on the sector. In line with its constitution as amended, the Provincial Members' Assembly shall meet annually to, amongst others, review Salga financial performance. 3, adopt Salga's program of action, business plan, and the budget as approved by the NEC for the forthcoming year. I was taking you through the background to the PMA so that we all know why. Constitutional gathering of Salga. I'm still awaiting the draft credentials from the PDO, but I'm advised first Deputy Chair in your guide that in terms of the quorum for the provincial members municipalities here today in good standing. The last that have just paid now is Madibeng, Siabonga, Madibeng for paying. We can clap hands for Madibeng. Salga quality clap, Mamangato. We must teach them. Let us teach you the assembly on the quality clap. No, I think assembly must take note that we have 13 municipalities here out of 22. The others will still come through and assist in those Salga payments so that Salga can continue to do the wonderful job that it does. With your guidance, First Deputy Chair, with the 11th that correct, then have one of the municipalities that are in good standing. I know Rustenburg is in perfect standing. Can we have one councillor from the Rustenburg local municipality to move for the adoption of the credentials? We'll close with Madibeng. It's fine. We'll the adoption of the credentials. Councillor Kotze, she's somewhere there at the back. Yes, Councillor Kotze. Can you have is there a Robbie microphone? No, there won't be disputes on credentials, I know.
Good morning. My name is Constant.
Credentials.
Pardon?
Yes. We
Okay,
can, yes.
I move for adoption of the credentials.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Kotze has moved for the adoption of the credentials. Can I have a seconder of a member in good standing of Salga Madibeng? It's your opportunity. Can we have the hand? There's a hand then. Okay.
Keife Motsabi from Moses Kotane, local municipality. I am seconding the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Whip of Council of Moses Kotani. The credentials of the Provincial Members Assembly have duly been adopted by members of the here is done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Koketso Mukhumutsi. I heard there was forming quorum and the credentials have been adopted, so we know that we can now be free and proceed with our PMA. But for the purpose of records, Nje, is there anyone in this room that wants to dispute the credentials? For such a hand, there is none. We are then going to proceed to the official opening and the political address that will be done by the provincial chair of Salga Northwest. Umalo Molefe. Now you should welcome the chair with a very warm round of applause. As we welcome the chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I must confess that is in my entire political life spanning decades, it is for the first time where the presider chooses who will move and who will second. Now, thank you very much. Technology has got a set. This just happened. Program director. Let me address the technology. We will get it right. We can't give excuses. Before we came here, we were put under very rigorous process of interviews. Now, if you allow program director, I'm going to hand back to you while I deal with technology.
Thank you very much. So we move from 13 in good standing to 16 in good standing. So please clap hands for yourselves. It is only 6 members that are not in good standing, and we hope that you will correct that. Now, OR Tambo says you may think it is, but he says wait until you are governing. Then you will see that is much more difficult. And he says he may be dead by then, and he was speaking as a prophet, because indeed he did not taste gathered in this room today because of how complex local government is. We understand that it is deemed as the most highly regulated sphere of government. Now, as gathered here in this room, it is important for us to think of ways of local government in terms of the setup of its laws and regulations so that we can be able to better function. Now, I hope that my chair is okay to start. Thank you very much.
I must indicate that it's a very emotional day for me, and maybe that is influencing this laptop. Now, the deputy chair of Salga Northwest, Mr. Lemon Lani, who has indicated that he will join us a little later on, but he will certainly join us. Premier Bushi, Kaubitsa Mudimu Maape, Honorable Bastana Susanna Danche, thank you for gracing this important occasion. The MEC of Coxstar, May Lena Micha, has indicated that she will join us later because she is appearing before a committee of the legislative treasury of the Northwest, Memutla Lepula Khosho. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion as a true partner. Mungwamu Hosimush Khoisan leaders. Thank you very much. I must also indicate that I had the privilege of addressing the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders 2 days ago in Rustem. Commitments on your behalf that I will deal with as we proceed. Thank you very much, Khosi Ralebo. The National Executive Councillor Neo Masechela, but also recognizing the Executive Mayor of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, who is also in her own right a member of the National Executive Committee of Salga. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Age mate. I just thought I must put this disclaimer so that there are no controversies moving forward. So we were born the same year, and those of you who are fortunate to read newspapers interesting yet positive reasons, which if not read well, may be construed as negative. It depends on which side of this thing you are standing. The members of the collective, it's almost a year. Thank you for standing united as a collective. But we have moved this far. There's sufficient capacity. We dare not fail. This PEC will not die in our hands. mayors, executive mayors, speakers, whips, leaders of Salga and of our municipalities, political leaders from various municipalities, the Salga acting CEO, management, and the ever improving and consistent support team of professionals of Salga. We hear you, we see you, we notice your consistent and ever improving performance. We appreciate you. The chairperson of the Northwest Chamber of Business and all other captains of industry, our delegates from the Northwest University, the religious family, and all other families present. The beginning that I'm a bit shaky today because not only is it Natasha's birthday. Natasha is one of the best team members of Salga. Where's Natasha? A wants to sing a happy birthday for you, which will be led by the deputy chair. Natasha, please come here. Yes, it's Natasha's birthday. Are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natasha. We wish you well and many, many more. We appreciate your work in making the PEC to be in good standing and its administration to be on point at all times. We really thank you. Of course, there's a bunch of people sitting somewhere at the back on the left corner. If it's not my right, during lunch. I must take this opportunity in conclusion to recognize all my three deputy chairpersons. Thank you very much for making it here and making it possible. But of course, young mother and a friend, my mother, the greatest mother, father of all times, who ran a successful shebeen and manufactured out of me an executive mayor. And I say to her, happy birthday, May. I will continue to love you. And please, eight years ago, she actually gave me a call in the morning and said she needed some airtime. She's not particularly well. And I said to her, I'm living in Mafikeng. And I said to her, I'm going to Lichtenberg. When I get to Lichtenberg, I'll buy you airtime. I was going to a meeting which was pressing and political. But she's not well and she has been rushed to a clinic. And I was further told that in the clinic, there's no ambulance to take her to hospital. And she passed on that day. So this thing keeps on catching up with me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we must recognize Salga has joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the only one who's got the rights and privileges to ask the president of Salga, Councillor Stoffile, to stand so the PMA can recognize him. Thank you very much, President, for gracing our members' assembly. We are humbled. In Northwest, where you are sitting, this is a province of heroes and heroines. This is the province that manufactures leaders and stars. This is the province of Philemon Masinga. This is the province of Munna Ule Saleh, Pirates, but part of a team. He was scheduled to be with us, but because we know Pirates is playing, and without him, Sundowns will agree there's no Pirates, he couldn't make it here in person. This is a province of Kaspanyov. Of Comrades Marathon champions, you name them, Edward Mutibi in 2019, Tete Dijana 2022. This is the province of Moses Kotani, JB Marks, then Clome. This is the province of Uncle Steve. This is the province of Dumandleleni. This province can never run short of role models and examples. This province must learn to write its own history. This is a province of Dr. Ruth Sekhomotsi Mompati. This is the Northwest province. We muddy it all the time, but this is the province. At some point, we must pause and reflect and ask ourselves difficult questions. Is there a generation, do we opt to muddy and bloody these outstanding province of our fathers and mothers who contributed Christ? Bushi Mape is one of them. The same Bushi Mape, the Premier of the Northwest, is one of them, one of a few who spent time in Robben Island for us to be here where we are without any threat or intimidation that this gathering, this is where it begins. Back to basics, strengthening oversight and accountability for improved service delivery in local government. Our message to the PMA this morning is to die a slave, but an unmatched liberator of all times, who mandates us this morning, and I quote, "Whatever your work life is, do it well." A man should do his job. The dead and the unborn could do it no better. Close quote. Dr. Martin Luther, the King, speaks to us. He is one of our own who was brave but died an unmatched liberator. We Salga are the voice and the sole representative of local government. We dare not forget. These, the 22 Provincial Members Assembly, is convened at an opportune time for shortly after our initial public assessment, commonly known as the 100 days in office. And this gathering presents us with an opportunity to scrutinize and to peer review At this point, political leaders have registered sufficient gains that can be shared as best practices. Also, it is post the COVID-19 pandemic and its dreadful restrictions with a completely adverse impact on the global, national, provincial economic development opportunities. These restrictions, Deputy Chair, further hindered the provision of services to our community. Sadly, as we attempt there is intimidation, kidnapping, and killing of councillors and municipal officials. A very sad trajectory in our life. A very unfortunate incident happened in Mpumalanga. It is now spiraling to our province and many other provinces. And as I indicate, an incident just happened recently at Ratlow local municipality, just on Monday, where officials were forcefully removed . The Khosira Mutsirimuilwa local municipalities offices have been closed by a group of people calling themselves a business something forum or whatever they call themselves these days, claiming that they reject the seconded . And so are the days of our lives as mayors, speakers, and councillors. Every day, our lives are exposed to danger with minimal or no security . The provincial and national government to really look at the welfare of councillors. We find it improper that government departments are protected by the South African police, but we ourselves, and there are no police officials in municipalities. We find it regrettable that MPLs have houses, but mayors, speakers, and whips through a circular by an official of government. You mayors who have houses, continue with them and sustain them. You who don't have yet, you can have. What inconsistency is that? A secular tampering with. I have raised many of these issues with the president when the opportunity arose on your behalf. I asked the president and the minister, you are saying we must procure vehicles at 700,000. Rural areas where we work. I made an example and I said, Minister and Premier, a Toyota Baki is 1 million today in the market. Which car must we procure? I will stop here because every time I talk about the welfare of emotional, for we were cursed even before we were born, despite the fact that we were comforted. We were comforted that the numbers of our hair were numbered that we were known and called by name even before we were born. But why is it that our peers and other spheres of government curse us so much? Why are we treated differently? Every speaker who speaks in any platform, be they municipalities are corrupt, they don't have capacity, they are hopeless. Even as we have not concluded 1 year in office, we were born with the tag that we are corrupt, we are must change, but it must start with our peers who are in government. We are not a subordinate sphere of government. We are an equal sphere of government. The difference is we are a local sphere, others are a provincial elected through the same ballot. We have to treat one another with respect. So says the Constitution. When we appear before the legislature, we ourselves appear as honorable with utmost care and respect. We accord our fellow brothers and sisters who are in the legislature. Half the time, if not all the time, when we appear there, we are reduced to non-entities. These can be sustained. I'm not saying the following because it's my mother's birthday. I've already put a disclaimer on that. I speak on behalf of 22 municipalities in the province, and therefore I do not speak to announce to this August gathering that there has been a drastic shift in our municipalities' submission of the annual finance statements. This year, on the 31st of August, 20 municipalities submitted their annual financial statement, which is a remarkable previous period. Salga will continue to support municipalities to improve in this area year on year. To our member municipalities, the ongoing poor state of municipalities. And I repeat, we have no more excuses in failing to hold each other accountable for the ongoing poor state of municipalities. The Auditor General's MFMA affairs, poor municipal finance governance, poor oversight by the leadership, manifesting through absence of political will, are amongst the many serious causes of sleepless night, and these cannot happen. The province are facing unprecedented myriads of socio-economic pandemics and endemics, amongst them gender-based violence, crime, human trafficking, substance abuse, poverty, inequalities. Is invited to reflect emphatically towards these harrowing realities, to eradicate inequalities and promote development and empowerment of women. The institution, through the Salga tackled through the gallant female councillors and members of the Women Multi-Party Commission Caucus in local municipalities under the leadership of district chairpersons and the able, ever consistent and ever smiling Provincial Commission. Your leadership. At the 2022 Women Commission Lekgotla, a commitment was made by the provincial government to and speeches. As part of the Commission's plan of action for the ensuing year, Salga will follow through on this commitment to ensure that women empowerment and development goals are realized. Since the last Provincial Members Assembly in 2021, the organization has striven to implement adopted resolutions. We have not succeeded in all of them, but amongst them we have maintained an ongoing interface with the Northwest Provincial Legislature, the provincial government, NCOP provincial weeks. We have meaningfully played a critical role in the municipal governance and intergovernmental space through the Speakers Forum, the DDM councils, and technical fora such as the Municipal Managers Forum. We have strengthened the IGR partnerships and program, and positives are being realized out of this. We have, as Salga, been supporting municipalities on the professionalization of the sector and meaningfully participating in municipal recruitment drives. These include on behalf of Salga Northwest and as Salga Northwest that we welcome the amendment of the Systems Act, which seeks to depoliticize administration at municipal level, which says to all of us, if you are a politician, stay on your at the same time. However, if you are an official, stay on your lane. You can't be both. We appreciate. However, we argue vehemently that to Parliament that politicization of the administration is at low. Are in the process of developing a framework for a collaborative multi-stakeholder approach. The initiative is in line with the legislative prescripts on intergovernmental relations and will undoubtedly strengthen Salga's municipal audit support programs. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to argue. Budaza was not born in this province, but is a product of Mabana. Lucas Khadebe was not born from here, but he was made to shine by Mabatu Kicks. So we produce them, we make them shine. Join me in celebrating yet another And let's congratulate the Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders on their production of yet another gem from our province. Ladies and gentlemen, has been elected as the national chair of the House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders in our country, Northwest. Matsogo a lona we have no doubt that Kgosi Satlolo will continue to represent us well. He has served as one of the longest deputy chairs, very young, very astute, very clear. For we were known by name, known and called by name, even before we were conceived. Program Director, whilst the above specified highlights serve to refer to the organization's implemented key programs, surmountable challenges. Firstly, there is a prevailing culture of non-payment for municipal services, not only by community members, but still to now in ratepayers, both citizens and government departments. We are happy that the MEC for the Treasury is here in our midst, and she will issue a directive that all of government departments that owe Salga will conduct oversight on this payment and non-payment. Thank you, leadership, for your commitment. We are humbled. Secondly, the space we operate in is gem governance. Political relations between organized labor, legislature, and the provincial government should tangibly be automatic, yet relations remain distant. We insist we don't have a problem with interventions, but interventions by provincial and national spheres exercised with utmost consultation. We will no longer accept administrators who are sent to our municipalities to intervene, who have never set foot in a municipality. Attention by administrators in our municipality must be by professionals who match the same qualifications, experiences, and competencies of senior managers. This state of affairs must those who are intervening and those who are seconded must meet or surpass the requirements prescribed for senior managers. As we move towards conclusion, another slave who left Africa a slave but died a mother of the nation. And she says, to local government, I rise. And she says to local government, you can't. The time for you to take a stance and say, I rise, and rise in the true sense is now. And she says, you may write me down in history, but still, like dust, I rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room, just like the moons and like tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling. Offend you? Don't you take it awful hard? 'Cause I love like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hateful. I rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I am a black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind the nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak, the rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise. I rise, I rise, I rise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair. Thank you very much. That was very inspiring. Indeed, you are welcome to the Provincial Members Assembly. This is Northwest. This is Northwest. Just know that this is just how Northwest is. Rihanna Kirbakhaiju. Welcome, President of Salga. Welcome, Mama Tlale, MEC of Provincial Treasury. I am going Councillor Neoma Sekela, all the way from the Northern Cape, to come and deal with presentation on key policy developments. Let's welcome Councillor Neoma Sekela with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. I struggled to arrive this morning, President. I was talking to the chair and I said to him, I'm going to arrive. Fortunate part, President, was that for the past few months, I was not feeling well. And I want to put a disclaimer to you. But was due to being handicapped. But allow me, Program Director, just to acknowledge our President of Salga, the Provincial Chair of Salga Northwest, and also allow me to acknowledge the chairperson of Salga. Or let me pass that one, the speaker of the provincial. Dr. Honorable Lena Micha, the chairperson of the Provincial House of the Traditional Leaders, Kosi Mabe, our host executive mayor, fellow NEC members, Men Nikki Webam, or Num, pardon me, Councillor Seba Mutlawi, I think. Executive mayors present, speakers, chief whips, MMCs, municipal managers, and senior managers from all our municipalities in the Northwest Province, the CEO of Salga, and guests, and all protocol observed. President, because I'm under your stewardship, my task in this Provincial Members Assembly is our key policy directives as Salga. And I'm standing here not on my own, but under the leadership of President and on behalf of the National Executive Committee of Salga in the country. Attentively, you were robust, very clear. You were giving a clarity of thought to the issues. And these matters that you are raising, that needs for us as Salga to engage. Stepchild and daughters of local government, as if we are orphans and we cannot represent ourselves, must come to an end. In fact, it's the same thing that applies in the Northern Cape, President, I must indicate, where you have massive wealth and you still have towns ravaged by poverty. Where you have big companies in operation, cannot forever be subjected to those matters. And I can stand you here, President, indicating Provincial Chain Program Director. We cannot be subjected as orphans and stepchilds and a local government sphere. And we deserve the same respect of those who are serving in the provincial legislatures and national parliament. We are equals. And this thing of deal with in the next NEC once and for all, and deal with the elephant in the room. Program Director, allow me to quickly indicate the following to you, that the planning and success of the provincial members of the PSC through the national staff of Salga in the country, and we appreciate that. As we express our sincere gratitude to the collective leadership My task is quite simple and explicit. It is largely to provide a summarized report of the key policy advances made by Salga National Executive Committee since the elective conference. Structured engagement with COCTA. Following the elections of the new National Executive Committee, an introductory meeting was scheduled between the new members experience in the past in convening meetings between the Salga presidency and the previous ministers. A proposal was made and accepted that monthly structured engagement should take place. To date, issues have been on the agenda. One, the delisting of Salga as a Schedule 3A public entity. Two, proposals for the review of local government center. Four, upper limit notices for councillors and senior managers. Five, attack on councillors, municipal officials, traditional leaders, and even kidnapping of municipal officials. Program Director. Summarize key development on each of the following aforementioned areas. The delisting of Salga, as I elaborate. By way of a background, Salga was listed as a PFMA of Salga has various unintended consequences that were unforeseen in 2002 or were deliberately ignored. The implications of these consequences are linked to Salga's meeting the key requirements of a public entity in them. Salga is not established by national legislation, rather by a non-statutory legal instrument, that is the Constitution. Salga is not fully or substantially funded from the National Revenue Fund. Is accountable to its members in terms of the Constitution. Based on the above, it was evident that the Salga was erroneously listed on the 19th of July, 2002, and as such, the National Conference continue to account for the use of its resources. Following engagement with the Minister of COCTA, has now formally concurred with Salga delisting, including sustaining the Salga will only be effective from the start of the new financial year, being the 1st of April in 2023, President. Proposal for the new review of local government legislation. The 1998 white paper on local government, which gave rise to the enactment of 5 core pieces of legislation to govern local government. This legislation plays a guiding role Constitution is met. 22 years into democracy and democratic local government, Salga has posed the question whether the legislation adequately equip local government to fulfill its developmental mandate and meet the related expectations
posed at the backdrop of 22 years implementation experience, and therefore this is an opportune time to assess if the intended objective have been achieved. In engaging government legislation, this work commenced in earnest with both the Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors to deal with this aspect, having had the benefit to reflect on key proposed challenges to legislation. And will continue to engage with municipalities. Accreditation of Salga Competency Assessment Center. Salga secured funding from CETA for the purpose a custom design competency framework for local government and 3 levels of local government executive assessment centers were developed and piloted during the last term of office. Salga, however, experienced challenges pertaining to the recognition of leadership competency assessment center. Some municipalities reported that COCTA informed them not to use the Salga Assessment Center. But endorse the recommendations, appointment as a process is considered as being non-compliant with the provisions of the COCTA circular, which prescribes service providers to be utilized by municipalities to conduct assessment. After a failed attempt to secure cooperation from, in essence, validates the Salga's role in assessing competency and deems COCTA conduct as per their secular unlawful and unconstitutional. It's a victory. It's a victory, President, to Salga. It is there with a view to obtain a full recognition of the Salga Competency Assessment Center. There is nothing wrong for Salga to do its assessment internally. Unless otherwise, our own government and our ministers and MECs, they don't know what they are dealing with. And we need to confront some of these things. Councillors and senior managers. Members will recall that the last upper limits notice for councillors issued in June 2022. Concerns have been raised with COCTA pertaining to the deletion for councillors. We can't bring uncertainty, President. Councillors must be empowered at all material times. When a councillor starts his first term as a councillor, the administration must make sure that universities, they register, they empower themselves. So we can't allow confusion amongst ourselves. These 2 issues were once more raised quite sharply during the COCTA ministry had now duly issued an addendum to the upper limits notice to correct and clarify the shortcomings of the 2021-2022 upper limits notice. As it relates to the municipals senior managers, the separate senior managers from all other staff below senior managers. The remuneration for senior managers are determined by the Minister of COCTA through the upper limit notice, where Bargaining Council. The remuneration of senior managers has largely remained static, as they did not receive any increase for the past 2 financial years, while other staff have received above inflationary increases. This has resulted out of sync with other staff to the extent that managers below senior managers are now any more than senior managers. Most recently, the Minister of COCTA issued a draft upper in detailed comments approved by the NEC at its meeting held 22 September 2022. In addition to engaging the COCTA ministry to promulgate the upper limits notice for senior managers, the Salga has advanced of the remuneration of senior managers should be conducted to correct the unforeseen consequences created by the implementation of 2 separate remuneration regimes. On the attack of councillors about the growing number of intimidation and killing of councillors and municipal officials and damage to the municipal property during service delivery protests. In recent times, this has also been extended to traditional leaders. This is a worrying development in the context that, although with different intensities, these developments have the following negative implications. It threatens the credibility of our democracy. It poses a danger where society in general might develop intolerance, which is harmful. Neither the character of our society nor the will of the people. And it negatively impacts the credibility of local government as a potential area for opportunity for qualified and competent public representative, prospective employees. That it is recommended that COCTA and Salga should be part of the solution and therefore propose the following necessary responses. 1, an urgent need to ensure that communities are educated on the roles and responsibilities launch a national campaign on social cohesion to deepen democracy, promote ownership of local democracy by communities. 3, under the banner of the NCOP, the following to be advanced: to create a plan leaders and political parties on the environment with communities and councillors. Salga should convene a special plenary debate on the attacks on councillors and municipal reported cases are investigated and prosecuted. SAPS should similarly apply a uniform, time-sensitive approach of conducting risk assessment for councillors and municipal officials. Jointly, lobby for the provision of from the National Fiscus. Program Director, this being our first provincial engagement with members since the provincial conference, we felt it's best to highlight these key updates of agency in the implementation of the task and directed and entrusted by the conference provincial chair. And in so doing, build a strong, inclusive, and a united voice of local government that is more effective and efficient in carrying out its mandate communities they serve. Program Director, as I conclude and about to sit down, the 1998 White Paper on Local Government has envisaged a radically new form of local government for South Africa. Services in a very different way than in the past. Municipalities have been given the primary responsible for delivering the long-term development goals of government and address infrastructure backlogs in previous. It's in this context that a new fiscal framework for local government had to be developed to address these challenges. Chair of the province, when I came through the road between the provincial government must intervene. Between your Dalleryville is better. As you approach Ottosdal, you come through Klerksdorp. President, that road is not drivable at all. So that I see the premier here who would intervene in these instances. So it's something that we need to address out of this provincial members assembly, that this smaller thing, it's not big. Get the resources, close those potholes. Just 2 days, they are done with the road. Public Works must assist them. So it's something that is achievable, President. I'm telling you, if we can, and after this members assembly, the district mayor can go there and the money to put it together. They must be assisted. It is within this context that Salga has now successfully lobbied for a principal agreement that the funding of local government should be the same approach of funding for Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Pretoria, Nelson Mandela Bay, Cape Town is used for the same small municipality, like the municipality in the Northern Cape. So we cannot use the same formula. Local government is going to collapse in the eyes of all of us. Well, councillors are blamed almost every day about lack of service delivery. And we are not dealing with the root cause. Today is very simple to stand up and say, President, it's because of corruption. It's not about corruption. Carry on their mandates. Why all the time when lack of service delivery is not there, people are talking about corruption? But they are not addressing this aspect. They are not addressing it. So it's not that corrupt. Funding. Now, maybe there is money that can come from Mana that will arrive in one of the municipality one day. We don't know that. The sooner we address the issues of local government on this aspect of local, the salaries of local councillors, mayors, and all that are not funded from fiscals, are not funded from them. But the salaries of our own colleagues in the provincial legislature and the national legislature are funded from normally. So as we sit here on behalf of the National Executive Committee of Salga, we want to say the following. We all agree that as we embark on this journey, it is not an easy journey. In this first term of local government, we must of local government that is truly democratic and people-centered. Is not democratic and people-centered. Is democratic at the level of the provincial government, at the national level, is democratic and people-centered. But come to local government, it's just a rhetoric. And we cannot accept that. Much at pains for the mayors, the speakers, the MMCs. Because when things are not happening, one finger is pointed at them. But the rest of the as I sit down on behalf of the National Executive Committee of Salga, we wish this PMA a fruitful provincial chair, fruitful deliberations for positive and impactful outcomes. I thank you.
Councillor Neo Masekela, thought-provoking, I should say. But we will reserve the comments we have for the debates. But really, the points that our NEC I think we are close to 45 minutes behind schedule in terms of how our program looks like. I am going to invite ka gonne re tlo go mo bitsang ha ke kgone le go ka tlama marapo a dieta tsa hae. Jwale ke tlo bitsa the chair of Salga again and introduce and further call forth our keynote address as we welcome. Let's call up as we welcome the chair.
Thank you very much for not calling me. Those of us who do not know the Premier is a former Robben Islander. The democracy that we are standing on is as a result of men and women of his ilk who sacrificed their lives and were maimed this democracy. He is none other than our very own. We talked about the manufacturing of leaders in this province. Premier, thank you very much for making it easy for us to be mayors and speakers and councillors and not leadership were able to experiment and make mistakes. We wish you all the best and we welcome you to the Provincial Members Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, coming from the old school, we feel a little bit out of place when you hear I always get instructions, do this, do that. To be averse to accolades and just to put our shoulders to the wheel and not anticipate any praise and rather to welcome constructive criticism so that and make a serious endeavor to improve all the time. I take this opportunity, Program Director, to thank you very much for affording me the opportunity important organization. I also extend good morning to the chair, the president of Salga nationally, the chair of Salga in the province, Kosi Mabi. How about Kosi Mabi? The members of the Executive Council who are and mayors, the speakers, the municipal managers, if they are here, the officials from Salga, the members of water boards, and executives from other state-owned entities. Great pleasure to be speaking to you today. I think the sphere of local of being at the coal face of service delivery. And now, after listening to my leader from my region, the chair of my region, now I somehow tempted to depart from many of the issues he raised are quite critical. But just to say that I fully endorse the we have to go back to the intergovernmental fiscal relations. We have to go back to the DORA. When the system was designed during the early periods of our democracy, and maybe copying wholesale from the experience of other countries. And the premise we departed from was that municipalities can generate their own revenue. Use the same approach. And when we started the process of really building wall-to-wall municipalities, we were confronted by a situation where one municipality was just a rural approach that we copied from overseas was not going to work in that situation. And so we tried to say, can we amalgamate this and that? Two distinct units, but we thought that if you combine them, maybe this would promote their financial viability. And so they've been combined now, it's Kagiso and Molopo, but the financial challenges are still there. If it the chairman of my region, I think you were not the mayor there. There were several mayors there, and they tried, and it's a rural municipality. There's no involve the demarcation of municipalities, how we do this. I think they should focus on number of issues, not only the fiscal relations, not the transfer of money from national to the local sphere, but look even have and so on. But you provoked me. Chairperson of the region, but it was not called JTG then. It was called Kalahadi, and so. But I'm pleased to meet you. I was asking myself a question, but now you are in the Northern Cape. What are you doing here? And I discovered that no, you are representing the province at national. And I congratulate you for being in that position. But no, that the appointment of a new breed of councillors throughout the country, people were saying that Moshapalong, and they were saying Moshapalong mainly because they wanted to rejuvenate the system. That the younger people are more dynamic, have more energy than older people. And that the system, it appears as if it was and we were all very, very excited that the profile of our councillors in terms of age now, when we look at average age, is no more 50, is going now to 35. And we thought this is a promise for better things to come. Went all out to give our blessings and our support to the new councillors. And as the year progressed, we were sense of working together, a sense of understanding that we are one government with three spheres. We are not separate government. With time in the Northwest, there emerge isolated pockets of instability. And then in Kagisano Molopo. The instability could be ascribed to a number of things. How to label it, I don't know how to label it, it's difficult. It's called political instability. Chief among them was political instability. Contestation between those deployed in the municipality who were supposed to form, all of a sudden, separate and sometimes conflictual interest emerged, and they made it difficult for the municipalities were tied because we said, let's give them the opportunity to resolve these issues. And we said they are new, and maybe with time they would abandon this route and do what they were expected to do. And we started cajoling and coaxing and pleading and saying, please, our attitude is that you are a government. We cannot use it. We cajoled, we pleaded, but the situation did not improve. And so we decided to resort to this thing. And I'm sure I saw in the program here, we are going to discuss its efficacy. We decided to resort then that curtail the democracy that is supposed to be inherent in municipalities, that now we dissolve the council. Because when we dissolve the council, we are effective that. And for us, this is not the step that we take lightly. This is not action that we can just decide we are going to do it. And we would like to have a situation where we don't have to do this type of thing, where do not make it, do not compel us to embark on that type of route. But overall, I think in any social enterprise, affair between madly in love couples, there'll always be differences. Now, if a social enterprise involves too many actors, we anticipate that from time to time, differences will emerge. But we think that our address these so that they do not threaten the unity that is required for us to move in a single march, a unified. As I'm standing before you now, I'm departing from this prepared text and I'm going to be in trouble. Today, as I stand before you, I think because this is something that worries us because of its impact on service delivery. Salga of dealing with these type of issues. It may be outside of your mandate, but it gives a real negative picture of them focusing on real service delivery issues. They compete as to who is going to be chair of the infrastructure committee and so on, and they fight over that. And no one is prepared to compromise. So we need some way of intervening in this situation. It is some way of saying we want to review a peer review mechanism or something that looks at the councillors and their behavior. If you go to the US or you go to the UK, if you speak to somebody who is a member of parliament in the UK, you say, where are you from? Liverpool. What did you do before? Now he's a minister. Say, well, before I was a councillor. If you go to the House of Senate or House of Representatives in the US, speak to Secretary of State or Secretary of Health, they don't call them ministers, they call them Secretary of this and that. If you speak to them, say, what did you do before? And then I became the mayor of Arizona. And then and then I'm here. So that this is supposed to be training for our future provincial and national leaders. So saving 2 terms only here, 2 terms only, 2 only. And then you proceed, you become an MPL. And when people in the legislature speak about matters related to local government, I know I was a mayor there in Mafiking. Yeah, so that it becomes training and training and training. But now, if the local sphere, instead of training, and this is, what is the problem with the brain? And the brain is central, but it has a weakness that we only have problems in less than 5 municipalities in the Northwest. But when you speak to people, say, municipalities in the Northwest are collapsing. Afflicted by this problem. Yeah, but what I'm saying is few municipalities, and we have to do something about it. And I'll be happy if today in your resolutions, there'll be something said about the behavior of councillors in council, how we really try to address that. Program director, are you still behind me? We in the Northwest adopted a program we call Accelerated Service Delivery Program. And the service delivery. We really want municipalities to partner with us in rolling out this program. We started very well in Mafikeng with pothole patching and we started very well, but with time, the program lost momentum. And we would be happy if we could focus on this service. But communities, when they talk about lack of service delivery, they focus generally on 5 areas. And this will be your water. This will be your refuse removal. This will be your street. This will be the condition of the road. Say, this will be the condition of the road. And so we have to ensure that the management and regulation of graves and what. But communities want water, communities want electricity, communities want lighting, communities. So we as Salga have to make this our central focus. Yes, someone was telling me, no, Salga is just talking about, it's just like the MPLs, when they meet, they talk about, hey man, a travel ali, how say adirisa tsena mo account-ong ya gago. So I don't know. Alebo Salga lo gore re shebile na ka travel mos speaker. Kimba sa tsi mo account. Whilst it is correct for us to focus on these conditions of employment issues, but we have to see that we do something about service delivery. And we thought I would see them in overalls almost every week. Now I see where is my favorite mayor of Mafike. I see him most of the time in this new suits. Yeah, but I wanted to really put emphasis on the need to focus on service delivery. And it's good, I'll tell you, I'll make an example with Mayor Mpeg that 94, and we with many others brought about transformation in the Northwest. But Mayor Mpeg said, okay, what transformation? Let's look at this municipality of Mafike. It has no revenue generating capacity. It cannot sell, not issue driver's licenses. Where will it get money from if it can't sell electricity? And so what has happened is that we inherited local government system of beginning to patch the potholes, to do all sorts of things, but they can't sell electricity. Many municipalities are not really making money from property rates. They are making money from a surcharge they put on the sale of electricity. And but even if you look at property rates around Mafikeng, many beautiful residential areas are emerging, but they are all mayor, executive mayor of JTG you were referring to, or are you at Sekonyane? Sekonyane, yeah. But before you were JTG. Oh, so these are some of the problems we have to address. Problems that constitute challenges to municipalities, and you refer to them. No tax base, no revenue generating capacity, and non-payment of services. And somebody because if we are going to discover that the majority of people here in this township of Jobetina are indigent, then and so our tax base, we are referring only to the old Klagsdap. So there's no growth. Is the even in terms of the sale of water and electricity. And so these are the challenges I'm sure Noah Masakhala, you are referring to, that property rates and so on. The other challenge that is there in municipalities that I'm fully conscious of is lack of strategic human resources. Yesterday we were in a meeting with MEC Khosho Anji, who is part of Treasury, very key institution in the province, is leaving. But Mr. Danchi is leaving 6 months after the person highly competent bureaucrat. And so we can't keep them in the Northwest. And so again, there we have to devise strategies. How do you keep competent engineers in a municipality like Lekwatema? How do you do that? One, you must, the social environment should be such that he wants to stay there. And this is a serious challenge. And this challenge is linked to our inability to expand conditions directly related to spending on infrastructure and ultimately service delivery. And so my leader, now Masekela, also think about how municipalities can retain these scarce skills that people come to the Northwest only to enhance their CVs. And then, they go there. In Gauteng, it will be difficult for this assistant director to be chief director. And chief director, and then back to Gauteng. And so people go there to go and enhance their CVs. So we have to look at how can we do this thing of retaining the skills. The other problem is the aging infrastructure. Listen and listen. And sometimes people who say these things are also politicians, particularly from national, the big brothers and the big sisters say, what is this thing that you cannot get water from local? Of the pipe that should convey water from the source to the point of reticulation. Why was it designed like this? Because it was intended to serve a given number of consumers. Now the number of consumers has increased and this thing has aged. It is leaking here and there, here and there. What is the cost of replacing it? Billions. Who is going to do it? I fully agree with you. Aging infrastructure should be replaced. But this is the budget. This is the budget. We have prioritized Tsunkundu, is it right, Tsunkundu, up there north. And we have also prioritized one and this one. In the Northwest, we have prioritized only these two. What you are putting before us, if you look at the medium-term expenditure framework, may come in 2028. But the people is an MPLC, you are not giving people services. What's wrong with you? And so again, it comes to that question that is raised by Neo Masekela. How are we dealing with this aging infrastructure? How are we dealing with this aging infrastructure? It has created a conundrum for us because where a community goes without water, even for a day. And so what do? We have established what we call an op center. Or we call it an op center. And so the op center will get information from various municipalities about the state of water provision there. And they say in that municipality, people have called, they've been without water for 6 hours, for 12 hours. And provide those people with water through some alternative means. And there's only one. fraught with abuse. Because it is the nature of business. When you are in a desperate situation, a business is take it or leave it. And so we are in that situation. So that when you can't provide people with water through the pipes to something else, and this something else is also problematic. Of course, I do hear, and this is something that I have not tested, so the police will, that there are others who distract water through tankering. I don't know whether that is fiction or true, but they say people do that. I can't think of a right thinking person doing that, but you don't know. So, and then there's this other problem that we all here must address, and it's a big challenge. I tried to explain, and I had to withdraw with alacrity, with quick speed, withdraw. I tried to explain, said, President, look at the base. This is an improvement. So I realized I must not even try to explain that this is, even if it's a distance of, what is it called? This nanometer, small. I thought we should acknowledge it, but this now we don't want that. We really want real visible improvement, so that they must move from there to that other end. And so I'm going to plead with you so that I can all of them failed the test of the AG, all of them without exception. And so Rustenburg, please do something about it. Madibing, please. Mafiking, please. Yeah. Moses Kotani. The AG is very displeased, but worse, the president, who is not prepared to listen to this little improvement. He wants to see marked improvement. Focus on it. Again, this could be the subject of Salga peer review mechanism, and also a way of others learning from best practice. If there are performing municipalities, Salga will distribute their strategies as to how and so on, how they improve their internal audit and so on, so that we do this thing. Because you can do everything. You can provide people with water as long as you get adverse. The last challenge I want to draw your attention to is this perception that municipalities are generally corrupt, they are maladministered, and there's a lot of instability in them. This perception, like I said, in the Northwest, we do have our challenge. And this issue of corruption is an issue that is now being weaponized. If people have their differences, they think I didn't see you, MEC Hosh. And I can positively. How work about positively as you, I can say, malicious. But I was saying this corruption thing is now being weaponized, so that if I don't agree with you, the message that that person is corrupt. It's corrupt. And people even go to this again. It's a story I hear that they even employ promoters of the and people start spreading this thing that so and so is corrupt instead of dealing with differences they have. And so we have to ensure that there's no need for people to say that. We have made progress. Yesterday, as the Executive Council, we said we are going to do this members the Northwest government to disclose this thing. And we are also considering this issue of lifestyle audit, let's do the lifestyle audit. And so if you subject yourself to these mechanisms as that these instruments proved that conclusion to be correct, and so that we deal with it. The issue of maladministration, sometimes I also try to explain to my family, but hey, irregular expenditure, irregular expenditure, ora gore madi a gongwana a se mo budgeteng go go sa budgetelwa so se rekiwa madi a dirile seo ha tlhaloso ga ithusi ga te irregular expenditure lo utswa madi. Leader Neo Masekela said the image that we project of our municipalities should be positive ones. Should be, and I am quite confident that we'll get there. We are going to work very closely with municipalities. The Northwest, for a long time, people said the Northwest is the university of corruption. So, you go to national conferences of political parties, these other political this without referring to any studies, anything. Corruption, man. Now it's worse. Malaysia, barujile di tonki. Barujile di tonki. But then if you, and sometimes, when you are a leader, like you are the mayor, people want to stampede you into some action. They actually want to block your thinking process and stampede you into some action, say, so they want to really block your thinking process and they push you into some action. So we have to be careful as leaders how we deal with these things. I'm not saying we should countenance and condone corrupt. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying we have having kangaroo courts, where we just decide on something and later on you take action only to be compelled by the law to reverse it. I mean, why did you take, why? Of doubt and try to follow the law. Try to follow, don't rush. Hey, but phone okay, did joke. But I miss you thing. And they put you under tremendous pressure. Now we in the province, and since we convened the Premier's Coordinating Council, where we meet with the mayors and the MMs and talk about common strategies and we are going to isolate a few things. I raised this matter at the extended cabinet. You were there, I think. I raised this matter at the extended cabinet that let's address the issue of ESCOM and water debts. I raised it sharply. Be an interministerial committee, finance, water affairs, public enterprise. They must address this matter. I don't know whether they've made any progress because, you know, when it was announced, to matlosana uphi umhlekazi wami awukhona molo tata. So I really panicked, and I was called by the business chamber, and you know, they called me incessantly. They did not give me a break. Doing about it, wait, after 15. And I realized if that were to happen, we would be faced by a revolution. About the business, just think about, I'm not talking about load shedding where deliberate the entire town for a longer duration of time. And so we really need to engage ESCOM and the water boards. Deal with this. I raised this thing and it did not impress the minister, Pravin, that Minister Pravin, you know, every time you do it, you know, why don't we do it for municipality? What is it that I was referring to? We think we should do it for municipalities as well. No. Municipalities, different institutions. You know, he's quite articulate and eloquent, Pravin Gordon. And so if you want to engage him, you must know your story. So he says, no. But this is a matter we should pursue with vigor. This is the matter we should pursue with vigor. We must do something about this debt. It's not only a problem because people are expecting us to pay, but it's a problem because don't say, but look at your book. You owe ESCOM billions. How can I believe, how can I trust that if I give you a loan, you'll repay it because of this ESCOM debt? So I'm saying this is something that should receive. We also threat, this new threat that we call disaster. We were dealing with Dielpan, with all its complexities. What happened with Dielpan is that here's a disaster, flood. And this is a historical thing that with forced removals after 1948, people were just dumped in pens, a water pen. People thought this is where humans could settle. And then with heavy rains, it has become a pen. And so you find water up to this level in a house, to try and restore that settlement to what it was before the floods. But you know, Dielpan now has enjoyed elevated media attention. And now anytime they call the media, they come. This government is not We want this Apollo light. We want the sports field. We want these were not there before. These were not destroyed by the floods, but these are the floods. But now they are raising other issues, and because they're enjoying this new media attention, when they speak to Motswedi, when they speak to that, and they say it, you know, because our government has got norms and standards. They say you qualify for a mobile clinic that will come 3 days a week. But because of the pressure they put on us, we ended up giving them a pack home. And the demonstration effect this mobile clinic. That small village now has got a pack home. And so you see the challenges that are emerging when we deal with these disasters. But now we had Dielpan. Now, last week I was with Mayor Groep in Stella. Some shacks there were flattened by several times, and I don't want to fight with her in Rustenburg. Because again, I got reports that some residential dwellings were affected by water. Because in touch with the disaster management staff there. And then as if this was not enough, there was fire in Kagisano Molopo. And again, the executive mayor, Maje, is here. I saw him there. He's trying his luck. Road, ensuring that the fire is extinguished and so on. And so we are making this proposal that Salga must ensure that every municipality must have a disaster plan. Every municipality. Of course, sometimes to anticipate nature is very difficult. Marema go pene ne le champ. En le or hela bona pula nyeletse le back. And e ka re go a go hotela, a kry-a go hotela go ya ka geography, go tla nna le orographic rainfall. So, but we can't predict some of these calamities. But we have to do some exercise to anticipate them. And this is a serious matter. I was engaging now with the fire association, and they were saying to me, you know, we can't do because we don't do exercises we used to do before. Before we would have some simulation. We'd agree that here in Mafikeng, fire, and then we want all our personnel to be deployed, including the equipment, the vehicles, and so on, for this duration of time. Now he says to me, you know what happens now? When there is real fire, we dispatch drivers to their trucks. One tries to check, there's no water in the truck. There's no fuel in the truck, because we don't have these mock fires at regular intervals to be ready for these disasters. What the government is saying is that the provincial government must set aside 1.2% of its budget for disasters. And we did not do that. Seriously think about that. Now, many people are under this illusion that when they have a disaster, National will provide funding. We tried that when we had DL PAN. Reprioritize within your budget. Now, reprioritize within your budget. Now, and many people were saying, declare disaster. You know, if a disaster is declared, then there'll be money flowing from national. And so when we tried national, they said, reprioritize, you must tell us, you must give us the report. And then only then, and then you must send this reprioritize thing that I attempted to reprioritize. And it year, kill them. You say, but this is an engineer. I said, no, kill them for this year so that you can use the money for the disaster. So we have to ensure that we have plans as to how we are going to deal with these disasters. And like I said, we want to work very closely with you, very closely. Attitude is that there's no problem that we will define as municipal problem, provincial problem, national problem, ESCOM problem. If there's a problem negatively affecting the people are suffering, are members of your community. Do something about it. It's whether you are going to mobilize ESCOM to attend to it, or you attend to it yourself. You can't say when people do not have a service, district. We must all work together to ensure that we address these problems. Rosa, this year we had what we called a lekgotla. Others did not. And you know, this exercise of Makota, the PGDS, Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, Provincial Spatial Plan. The province does not have its own geographic plane. Never, I don't know. Maybe province in the geographic plane on which the province acts. It's a municipality, it's the local municipality. Now, if the province has convened a meeting to talk about its spatial plan and it invites municipality, they don't come. Or they come, they stay for a few minutes, they say there are other pressing issues. When we talk about planning in your own geographic space, and so we really plead that when we have these interactions, please do come. In this point, even in the house of traditional leaders, that in the Northwest, we have about 56 traditional councils. The Northwest is largely rural and under without consulting them, without involving them, without soliciting their views. But sometimes municipalities do not come. Do not come, and this is a serious problem. This was evidence at our last lekgotla. We talked about a lot of things. Talk about my my mayor, they say, hey, we're meeting with you, Premier. We want to talk about the airport. But we had a meeting with the mayor. He also going to say something to them about the airport. And so in the end, so we have to meet so that our approach, so that the approach is the same. So we have to meet so that we develop a common approach. We want development and growth in that area. So it is important for us. That airport is a provincial asset, but it's in his territory. So he has the right to refer to as to how we can utilize this airport, which is turning into a white elephant because of past problems. I'm sure everybody look at Sony, Modi quarantine, the problem is the airport to Ewa. But I want to conclude program director. The other issue that worries me about your participation, of course, I'm happy about the DDM, though I hear that some want to limit it to ability. We have not yet witnessed. We want to see that because it's intended to ensure that we don't work in silos and we combine our resources and we save resources for maximum impact. And so we wish to see how that is working. But one area where I'm worried, pedestrian attitude is the issue of HIV/AIDS. Do we have district councils to deal with this pandemic? And as a local municipality, am I dealing with this this pandemic? So Salga, please ensure that you deal. This is a national campaign. And linked to this, it's another campaign which is worrying humanity, is the gender-based violence. I don't know why municipalities are muted on this matter. They just decided to mute themselves. So that we must have vigorous, well-planned, consistent, continuous, gender-based campaigns in our localities. Have them and municipalities, like I said, this is the new struggle. Gender-based violence is a new struggle. And this is a difficult struggle because of patriarchy. Are both perpetrators and beneficiaries of negative patriarchy. And men are generally leaders in society. And so they have to liquidate their sexist tendencies, whether we like it or not. And for them to liquidate these tendencies, it requires a serious campaign. And so this issue of gender disappointed and sometimes even disillusioned when you even see that women are not leading in this campaign. No one, you can go and read, is it Martin? Give you your freedom on your platter. You have to fight for your freedom. I can hear this thing and I agree with it, that men must support women in fighting this scourge. But women, but sometimes I get quite disappointed that women are not doing it. This should be a campaign that we propel, that we drive with the same energy that led us to our freedom. This is the second revolution of freeing. And we can't say, yeah, awareness will do. On inequalities between men and women. That's where it thrives. We have to ensure that women are empowered. I mean, as the fulcrum, as the central pillar of fighting gender-based violence, it's empowerment. Women who are economically and financially independent, they won't tolerate this nonsense of men taking advantage of them. They won't. Just sit, you worrying? And so we plead with municipalities. And let's start this with the young ones. Let's start educating them. Gender-based violence. I was given this report, and it's a verbal report. I was told about this girl in Lichtenberg, 12-year-old girl. She was stabbed several times. Vagina, I just could not take it. This person was relating to me over the phone. What these people did to this poor girl. And if we are not making our little contribution towards ending, we will be told that we are complicit. And we will have no chance to deny it. If you don't make your little say mea culpa, guilty as charged. So I really urge all of us, and Salga, let's lead in this thing of gender-based violence. Let's ensure that we participate in this campaign. A momentum similar to the one that led us to our freedom today. I want to say you program people who know English will help me, that the term master of ceremonies referred to a principal at the initiation school. Were you there when they told us the story? You were there. That when you say master of ceremonies, you are referring to the principal of the initiation school. So it's better if I say. Conclusion, I wish this assembly great success, and may the resolutions emanating from here help municipalities and the province find lasting solutions to challenges of service delivery. Thank you very much.
Re lebogile thata Tona Kgolo for the insightful and very informative speech. Colleagues, we are not doing well in terms of time. Can we request councillors to settle down? I'm not sure what's happening there. Empa he re towards la banning morao ka nako, but e job. We items before we can break for lunch. I will consult if we can club together tea break and lunch, given what the time is, so that we don't have to go up and down. I will consult whilst we take our messages of support. There is but to have a king that loves you is better. Let's invite to the podium our Honorable Khosi Mushi Mabe to come and give us a warm. Hey, no, ke tla go protesta ko bathong ba ne ba type dio tse ke kopa maitshwarelo Khosi. Let's welcome our king with a warm hand of applause once more.
Program Director, ke tse tshunwe ke dumedise Tona Kgolo, Tona Kgolo ke solofela gore ke tlisi Khosi in general in South Africa. Ke tse gape tshunwe ke dumedise bakhuduthamaga ba ba go potapotileng ke tsa gore ke team ya go ya o itshepileng e o dirang le yona Megosho ga ditse gore mokhuditha ke solofela a le teng ke tse tshunwe ke dumedise the speaker of our legislature Medanke, the chairperson of Salga, Remolefe, ga ke batle go ba bolella gore ke amana le wena ba tlo ba re sentle ke mo lesikeng la we are born leaders. Ke tse ke dumedise Majoro Mennikiwe wa kgaolo re le mo go yona le our local mayors, our councillors, members of Salga, the president of Salga, and also the national office bearers of Salga. We feel very Northwest Renale Modula Stilo Omoncha one ya bogosi ke Kgosi Maotwe go tswa ko pitsi di sule jang ke ene fela tla la arabang gore how they died but ga ke na karabo ke ene tsa Modula Stilo ke Kgosi Mabalane. By electing Kgosi Maotwe as the new chair, it made me a veteran in the institution. So na ga le phoso ge le re Modula Stilo le la itse emeritus means what. So chairperson emeritus of the house in the province. Now I stand here on behalf of Mahosi in the province as I'm being delegated because I've been doing this and I know to be deployed to show the young coming leaders that a mature leader is the one that can lead from any position. You can lead at the back, you can lead in the middle. I was talking here and talking about young leaders, that we agreed to bring new leaders in the space of local municipality. But you must bear in mind, there is one principle that you cannot just do away with. And that principle is what we call natural. Must all always adhere to. Now, at one stage, there was this young ecologist who was tasked, given a job in Pilansberg Game Reserve. And this young elephants in Pilansberg National Park, they cull them. Culling means they sold them to other areas. And you know what happened? A disaster befell Pilansberg National Park, where the young bulls started to fight and destroy the in the park. Why? Because they did not have an old bull that can lead them. And what they did, they went to Namibia and they started fighting the young ones, and the young ones started to behave. And they show them that you don't mate with rhinos, but you mate with other elephants. Because young bulls felt, they are equal to the rhino, then they started doing that. So in the municipality, let it not be 100% young blood. They will start to do what they did in this other local municipality. And now you had a problem. Now you had to cull. You had to cull the whole council. As we bring young people, we cannot abdicate the running of the country to young people without showing them how to do it. You must drive them, show them the reins, so that this country can always be in good hands and always have we retire. So that is the principle of natural selection. That is why you will not have old people dying and only have young ones. That will be a disaster. Now, as we are here, we are also, reminding our councils to perform their duties well. Salga, together with the provincial government, they have to work together and not hesitate also to discard the odious councils. And to the people, so that you make sure that the province can be looked differently from what the Premier has just said. In an expedition of hunting, the glory will always go to the hunter. But if the lion themselves can start to write the history in the expedition of hunting, they will show and they will talk about how they scared hunters, how hunters ran away from them. Now, by that I mean, as Salga, you must always become you should not always hear what is happening in our municipalities by in the media. You know, if municipalities are performing well, it's not news to media. But if they he said the message has been forwarded many times. Now, if a bad thing happened in a particular municipality, there is going to be what we call retweets. Messages sent many times, forwarded many times. And when it's forwarded many times, it shows as if it's that happened in the past. You know, because I come from the rural area, when you go to that pit toilet where you don't have toilet paper and you find an old newspaper and you relax and you read paper from 1972, it happened. So if the Salga cannot become the mouthpiece of its own members, then we will say what is happening in municipalities, whether wrong or right. That's what is going to happen. So we are here to urge, let's in the Northwest, let us turn new leaf. Let us begin to do things right. But we wish this assembly a success, the deliberations, and even the resolutions that will be taken to us as traditional leaders. Tonakho, I so wish to see, and the chairperson of Salga has made that all MECs, all mayors, speakers, the speaker of legislature, the speaker of municipalities, the chief whips, under one roof. And because he must speak their voice. And councils also between the institution and traditional leaders. We want to see that happening because we want to be part of the development, not part of the problem in developing the country. We wish you all the best. Apulei.
Thank you very much. Generational mission has been unpacked and made so easy to understand. Generational mix. And I hope that we have properly captured it because it can't be simple. And honorable members, the only person that can suspend all other speakers when she is amongst us, speaker ke ene fela, o ska emela re re sa matlosana sa ko madibeng hela yalo. So let us invite the honorable speaker of legislature, Ms. Susana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yaanong jaaka moruti o lebeletse go tlhalosetsa phutego gore ge mmusa kgotla a ema ntlo ya for basetsana, you are rising for the position, not basetsana, for the position, not myself. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may be seated. About that, no holbareke. Tele halara we sore hela for matsatsi a mabedinyana. Ota siam. No, take it say chono e ke dumedise ka rutore mo Salga mo go a chomiwa. Tata Khumalo. Hela choma. Ke tla wa Salga. Ke dumedise monna Setilo le batlatsi ba gagwe ba komiti ya rona ya province ba didika le ba botlhe bao ba dirang le bone mo komiting ya bone ya province re a leboga gore be re kry-ile taletso president and the chair of the province of Salga re ga rona le baeng ba rona ba bangwe bao re ka tswang re ba laleditse go nna teng ke leboge honorable MEC Mmegosho ke leboge tonakgolo ya rona na kgosi Moshemabe nna gongwe ka letlhogonolo ke kgosi e mpusang ke kgosi e ke ikarabelang ka mo tlase ga yone re ikokobeditse mong wa mmu e re fela fa ke simolla ke simolle ka mo o weditseng ka teng kgosi ya rona of support. You raised a very critical point where as traditional leaders you want to see the legislative sector, the governance sector, and the local government sphere under the role of the legislature is to hold the executive accountable. The role of the executive is to bring services closer to our people. Though in most cases, the local government sphere, because so it's not a mistake. Among the sessions that we have been having with Makosi Arona, since 2014 was the same issue. We had an intention of implementing that program 2 years ago. Taking the legislature to the people. But for this financial year, fortunately, the provincial treasury through Mmegosho, they've agreed to also finance us. Our intention was to hold that program on the 6th of December in Mahikeng. And unfortunately, due to the by-election, our intention was to hold that activity prior the SOPA. But unfortunately, we'll have it after the SOPA, but it will be before the end of financial year, Tonakgolo. That because the communities will be there and holding all of us accountable. And in that session, you will see the president will do the same. From next week, he will be in KZN, taking parliament to the people. That program is very progressive because you can't say, I don't have answers to the issues of our community immediately. MECs and premiers must respond to the House resolutions or how far are they, the petitions, how far are they. It's very effective in holding the executive accountable. At least we are there and we are implementing. We have quoted the most relevant quote, Maya Angelou. And I think we must really appreciate that because some of these quotes, when they are quoted, they revive something in us. And as we are quoting that, I could see generally members in this you have elevated their spirits somehow. You might have your own reasons for quoting that, but I also want to remind you of one quote of Maya Angelou, as I quote it. If you don't like something, change it. If you can't, how it works. And it's also one, I'm not sure if it's the program director or you saying, if one finger is pointing at this one, the rest of the fingers are pointing somewhere. Chinua Achebe says, if you don't like my story, write your story. So if indeed like that the public are saying about local government, that the public are saying about councillors, you have that full responsibility to change your attitude. You have that responsibility to write your own story. That is your responsibility. And write your stories and change your attitude. Never. It must start with you. What they can only do as Salga is to assist you with those wings to fly, but they will never fly for you. So that's in essence for what we are saying. As the local government councillors, we have responsibilities as councillors and we have responsibilities as individual councillors. The other thing that is very important, Honorable, we must be respected because respect is something that you earn. It does not just come from the tree. No, you must earn that respect. Time management is one of the pillars of discipline. If you say you start your assembly, what does that mean? There's no discipline. The first thing that you ask yourself, what is happening in your municipalities? Are your meetings taking time, starting on time? Your council sittings are not starting. If we are just failing on a simple thing, time, and Honorable Tunakul was in the legislature on Tuesday, I said the same thing to honorable members. Was in the legislature, it has never happened before, just for the first time. And we cannot accept that. So some of the smaller things that I'm saying, you undermine them. But you can't be an honorable member of assembly near Salga. Never. You don't have to no, How can you have You can't come to this assembly, Kajin. You don't have to go and buy new clothes, this and that. No. I want to casually. Or smart. Smart casual, formally. Because there's no need to be formal. Maybe reason why because not a khosi ya ka impusang ha o le rre o ka se tsene go khotla o sa apara baki ha o le mme o ka se tsene go khotla o sa rala o sa bofanyana mo magetleng but no you don't so it cannot be correct. And I'm raising this thing because some of these things was because there are things that when you speak, but confidence all star unless you attend the mahika yes. We don't expect you already and tatakumalo. Sounds on the flexible, but Shaba who wonder who representer. How you know who as the mayor of Bula Mahika Mahike? There's one key stakeholder I think we did not acknowledge, and the Auditor General of South Africa. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge your presence. It's very much important. I also want to some of us were able to take our miracles. We are able to take something back home. to say, ka the assembly ya Salga, go ne go na le memo that thapelo sa ba nyatsa, it might have touched all of us because it was so relevant to the current situation in the country and to your situation as the public reps. So now I really want to appreciate Mama, thapelo ya gago e matla, modimo o matla, and indeed modimo o gotlhe. Now I received, now she talked to me and ke mo utlwile, and I'm very much happy and I'm humbled. Ke your opening ya thapelo. Coming to the bothata ke gore go ka re basetsana a bue o sa mo fe nako o tlo nna le ma hours. So I thought re kgona go e roba as long as program directors I bui gore nne resolution ya kopano, then mo go nna o tlo nna le mathata. Honorable Kgosho wa itse gore yo a go bonolo go ema mare ke tlo batla go disappointa ba bantsi ka itse ba bantsi ka montse ba re yo ka se fetse team Salga president, because when you are in this meeting you must refer to you Tato Khumalo a re sa mmona yana re bona the national leadership when the be surprised that maybe ke go undermine Tato Khumalo, maybe ke tla take ntse ke re president fela le fale mara mo ke gopotseng Tato Khumalo I'll do it. Ke le thabo really go nna gore ke be ke invite on behalf of the Northwest Provincial Legislature to this assembly. Those the speaker of the legislature in most of gatherings Salga will delegate members of the legislature, but why this one the speaker decided I have to be there. I'm not well, to tell the truth, but I felt the legislative arm of the state. They came to the legislature, but and we engaged. And as and when engaged, including the administration as Salga in the province. So there's a very good and healthy relationship. For me not honoring this kind of an activity, I felt so I made it a point come rain, come shine, I must attend this activity because as the legislature, if there are issues, you are raising those issues with us. And this activity, the assembly, our communities are raising serious service delivery issues. So it's relevant, it's important. English big Setswana. But if we don't talk about things that affect our communities, we must forget it. We can explain the issues of the budget and everything else, but the people and change is what they want to see. Without that service delivery, we must forget it. Unfortunately, we must forget it. And I also want to remind you, honorable councillors, that in Matthew 20, verse tells his disciples that leaders should not exercise authority over the people. Instead, whoever wants to become great must lower himself to be a servant. Leaders should realize that serving others is the only way to lead with a pure heart, free because not this arrogance is not only on councillors. Most of us as the public reps, sometimes when we engage our communities, ekare ra lebala gore re tswa ko kae. People ba ba re beile mo ditulong tse re leng mo go tsone. And those are the same people ba ba raletseng dipula go le thata ba ya go vote. So that is why whatever the situation, we must try to please our people. We want to plead with our ward councillors in particular that if we have promised our people something and the budget is not enough, go back. I agree we look about Tumbaleka IDP, or heaven and earth, and the system works. It's not the same understanding that they have. Whenever you pull a councillor, reduce IDP, those are not the same again. So the most important thing to also explain the budget process. The budget has been adopted to give Maspala. We must go back to the same people. Go back to them and try to make them understand. For unfortunately, and in most cases, so there is no way that budget can be able to accommodate all 11 villages in one financial year. No, but it is our responsibility as the public reps to make sure that the people of Masibudule, Iwela Mootwane, maybe I'm not sure at the villages. Ngwaga tlang o bo isa gape motlakase. Ngwaga tlang o bo isa gape di high mask light. Mara kwa molatedi isu ba fe sepe. O ya go nna le mathata. O ya go nna le mathata. Provincial bana ba motho ba kgaogana tlhogo ya tsie. Now, if ngwaga o file motse o ngwaga o tlang o fa motse o o tlo bona ba ka se go lwantshe. But if you continuously would deliver a services, that is pride. That is why baagi ba rona re ba bone ga ba le voutela ba voutile ka bosokodi baagi ba le bantsi ga ba vouta, because we have demonstrated over the years or we don't take them serious. Re itsa serious re le ba nosi. And as the leaders of the and as the leaders of the people operating at the cold face of service delivery, councillors must continuously reflect on how best we can strengthen oversight and accountability. I've always of accountability and oversight at the level of the municipalities. Hey, our speakers don't have powers. These MPECs don't have powers. When you compare them to their provincial legislatures, oversight for the sake of calling them oversight. If you check the oversight model that is being used by national and provinces, it's not there. It's not there. If the Troika can meet no, how will I hold Nakulu accountable? And that is the system in the municipality, and that is something that we must deal with. We must address this thing, accountability and oversight in the municipality. The speakers and the MPECs don't have powers. Whilst with the MPECs, they don't even have resources. They don't have resources to nakgolo. I'm not sure for how many years. MEC go show it. I've in agreement na gore our municipalities have the resources. Sometimes it's not like ga ba batla go ba resource. But our request from the legislature point of view, gore, can't you from the provincial government find a way in funding the resources of these MPECs? Tried from the legislature, if you remember, we'll buy laptops, iPad for all of the speakers. We are told that the AG, that is not your mandate. Tina wanted to do it, but it's really our plea, our plea for many years. If possible, I know I was engaging with Honorable Khosho. I know what are the challenges, but if possible, what's the challenge? The impact of resources, our iPad inyana. Cut this budget adjustment. Our to hoka ba 100 inyana yo bazama. Cut budget adjustment just 100,000. But the reality, we expect them to do wonders. They don't have resources. In terms of administration, the researchers, there's no capacity. There's no capacity. If myself as the speaker, I cannot get a report on Moluna. Legislature researchers are doing that for us. So our life becomes easier. We also have researchers. The political party, Honorable Khosho. But MPECs, the researchers are either have the researchers or researchers have that relevant skill for finance. That is the those researchers banally skill for finance. Otherwise, Zanarba Sutla Hela, by a report of counseling reporters of a favor, by Busa, Babateba favorang. Because Habana Mata. Doing all this work. No, you are not a little nyana. La Horakabula the case nyana after exhausting some processes nyana, I did Habanahore, this HOD given Tuleng one foot. Then I can namucharisa mulela heads before the AGD. The impact are on but then Marishem, Harhonoba to Sarvahonoka miracle. Acceleration of services in our communities should be a non-negotiable priority at all levels in this sphere of government. Building better communities. That is the question that we must ask ourselves and we must respond. This commitment can only be realized if you come out of this assembly resolute and firm that time for mediocrity is over. It's time to roll up our sleeves and pull hands on the deck. Salga would have missed an opportunity. Work ethics, wastages, lacks of accountability, poor handling of the public purse, depoliticization of the administration, challenges of urban decay, and professionalizing the local government. In this month of November 2022, to tell our communities, do you have a good story to tell? In our last meeting, somebody saying, yeah, I hope that somebody saying, yeah, must come from Madibe. We had our own, when was it? Provincial Speakers Forum. Only Madibe. That the mayor of Madibe, 100 years in office, would relay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 100 days, my apologies, 100 days. all your speakers were there. But other speakers were not able to speak with confidence about you majoros. But the speaker of Madibeng and the MPEC, they had that confidence. Proof or not, this is what our mayor did in 100 days. When we were holding you accountable, it was only Madibeng. So, and we must appreciate what Madibeng did. Honourable councillors, the theme of this conference resonates well with many of us in the province. Gender-based violence and high level of inequality. I'm not going to elaborate more on some of the things because Tenakulu have already touched some of those things. The legislature has recently in 2022 September hosted the Provincial Speakers Forum, where we reflected on the work of municipalities and how we can. This is in line with the district development model, which aims to improve the coherence and impact of government service delivery with focus on 44 districts, 8 metros around the country. As a job creation. Key to our discussions at the Provincial Speakers Forum were issues relating to water shortages, electricity challenges, and how we can improve audit outcomes in our municipalities. I agree with you, Honorable Chair, Dr. Kumalo. Negatively, there's nothing good that we say or our communities are saying about our councillors. I really sympathize with you. And I hear you to say everything that corruption. But the reality is some of the things that are happening, not only in the municipalities, even in the provincial, national government and legislature, some of these things are happening. Our communities no, our Hametia Maspala Mahala. Abawa register Maspala. Ebora has a corruption, Usibits and Selusio, the document. Usibits and Selusio. That is corruption. Some, I don't want to be quoted otherwise. Some councillors, Baba Khonang Khulata Labora Contraga. What do you call that? Ubatango Rakondraga Uli councillor was oversight. Yeah. That is corruption. That is corruption. So it's just that program director will make a mouth. But I can go on and on and on. We can't say there's no corruption. It's there. So now I only play you what did DA-led government in Taruna? Asur hayo. In that, that's not what I'm saying. But the reality is then that Kumalo and as what you must do from this assembly must condemn and come with measures. But if you want to leave this Salga meeting and say there's no corruption in municipalities, I don't agree with you. And as I conclude, I'll try to respond to some of the issues that were raised because they support Salga in terms of a new funding model for our municipalities. We fully support Salga, and that's what we have been saying all along. And in most cases, honorable members, Salga is there to support you. That is very important. There's a lot that I wanted to say on that one. But also, maybe I must also agree with, though I'm not convinced, I'll still do my own research. I'll agree with Salga that we must also relook or review the act itself. That still have more powers as if there's no Salga. Then there's a lot of contradictions in terms of the role of the COGTA and the role of Salga. With those few words of mine, honorable members, the program director is not fair. He only gave me 10 minutes to speak, but I wish you all the best, engage robustly, but be honest. Don't try to be too inward looking, because that will be do checks and balances. But at the end of the day, we will have answers. And we really appreciate those municipalities to know whether the president agrees or not or whoever. The reality is there's an improvement. It might be slightly, but there is an improvement in our audit findings study municipal. We must really. The tabling of annual reports have drastically improved. AGC, I can tell you, has drastically improved because those are our reports. So now we really want to appreciate that. I wish you all the best. Hateke network. Arona, service delivery must be key and lead in your debates. Enkosi siyabulela.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Councillors, this is what we are going to do. We are now 2 hours behind our schedule. So we are going to invite long to our 3 honorable guests. Let me invite the Honorable Premier of the Northwest, Khosi Yarona Khosi Mabe, and the Speaker of Legislature, Speaker Danki. Please, ke kopa le will be handing over gifts to the 3 speakers. As they come to do that, let me quickly deal with announcements. In plenary to grab tea, coffee, anything you need, and come back to plenary as we continue with debate 1. Salga officials, please assist us. Members are only going to grab tea and coming back inside. We do not want mini meetings. That is why we're making provision for that. We are not making provision for meetings that you are having now. So please let the house be in order. Camera people, you can come and ensure that you take Reminder to declare the gifts. Hey, we don't know. Okay. Memo Fari. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, can we please settle down? We are proceeding. Announced that we are going to. Okay. I had already announced that we are requesting members to grab a tea outside and come back to the session. We will be PDO. Can the house be in order? Can we please be seated? There's a lot of movement that's happening. I'm not sure what informs that. But we are still proceeding. Ke tlo le bitsa ka mabitso ne? Fortunate enough, you are my colleagues, I know you. So away with it. I'm going to invite Commissioner Khakumate to come to the front. She will be proceeding as the program director for debate 1. And we are jumping what you would have seen. Depends, they have to join the media briefing. That is Tona Kolo, the MECs that we are having with us, the Salga chair and the office of the CEO of Salga. And of course, we will request that the president join our honorable members to go to the media briefing. We will then jump to session 3, which was meant to start between 2 and 3. For 2 and 3, you would see there as Councillor Sheila Mabale-Huma, who is the executive mayor of Rustenburg. I hope that is understood. So we'll now excuse all our guests that should be going to the media briefing. You grab tea and you come back to plenary and we proceed with. Can we then do that quickly as Mecha Khumate comes to the front? You will come and address all other issues as you take over.
Two. Mic check. Are you getting an audio, my guy? 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Can members enter plenary, please? Can members enter plenary, please? Hi, Sally.
Honorable members, can members come back to the side? Can members stop greeting each other and go to the plenary? Can Rustenburg go back to the plenary? Councillors, please come back.
Can those who are in plenary settle down? Can those who are in plenary settle down? Thank you for coming back to plenary. We are just humbly requesting that you settle down. Obo batlile mo plenary ba nne hatsi so that we proceed with the business of the day. We are then Bomme, ako le itshwareng sentle tle bagaetsho. I'm not sure what kind of leaders are we having in this hall, but can we please try to be in order? O ka nthusa hela hao? Can I be assisted there, please? The speeches that we have received, but our actions do not translate to what we are saying. We are leaders in the society and we are expected to behave like leaders, even the leader. So I know that the program might be a bit straining, but it does not mean that we must not be in order. Myself standing here, I am just as tired, but because we are given a responsibility, ours is to discharge that responsibility that we are given. We are then going to proceed with the program. I had earlier indicated that we would be going to debate 1, but it has been brought to my attention now. I'm going to ask staff officials to ensure, Salga officials to ensure that all the members that are to participate in the grand debate are back in plenary. We are expecting to have Ms. Pati Khomo as the facilitator of the grant, Deputy Director General for Infrastructure Delivery Management Support under Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, which is called MISA. We will be having it has been brought to our attention that the MEC for Coxstar is not yet here. We will have Professor Coxstar Hofisi, who is from the Northwest University. We will be having the MEC for Treasury, Ms. Mutalepula, Municipal Finance, Fiscal Policy and Economic Growth from Salga, Ms. Khomotso Letsatsi, and our scribers would be Knox, Malebogo Chinyato, and Natasha with commissions, because normally when we break for commissions in different venues, we then have people leaving or actually attending to their own business. So we decided to say that we will have debates inside plenary without doing breakaway sessions. And please be assisted by getting members who are on the panel to come to plenary. Thank you. So we will have this grant debate under the topic that says taking stock from the AG's municipal finance management 2021 report, increasing oversight and accountability for better audit outcomes. Now we are going to request that all panel members should come to the front. These nice couches are for you, so that as and when you share thought-provoking, panel members will get to have 5 minutes each doing their opening statements and sharing whatever that they want to share with the House. And we will have the House Ms. Homo. So I am now handing over Ms. Homo. Homo, okay. I'm now handing over to our facilitator to proceed with the grant debate. And thank you very much, councillors, for sustaining the order.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I see most of them are not in the room anymore, but in their absence, let me acknowledge the Premier of the province, the President of Salga, the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, the Chairperson of Salga in the province. As I've been introduced, my name is Pati Khomo, and I work for an entity called the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, which is an entity of the Department of Cooperative Governance. Born and bred. I'm actually who and what I am because of this province, and it feels very good to be home. I'm not going to waste a lot of time because I think a lot has been said by the speakers, especially on issues relating to the role of councillors on accountability and oversight. But as the theme of this grand debate councillors should be playing on audit processes. There is a perception that audit processes are the responsibility of officials. And as a result, we find councillors not taking the full responsibility of audit outcomes on officials for them not having done the work that they were supposed to do for a municipality to receive a favorable audit outcome. So let me just acknowledge the panel. Chairperson, you're welcome. And then we also have the MEC, Honorable MEC, Motlalipule Khosho, who is the MEC responsible for finance in the province. We also have a representative. He just told me that his name is Mohammed, but he didn't indicate what his name is. I think he'll do that as he introduces himself. And then we also have Professor Costa Hofisi. I just need to confirm if that's the with his presence in the panel. We really appreciate that. President, I see that the provincial chairs put you in the spot and just decided because he has the home ground advantage. So the theme from the Auditor General's Municipal Finance Management Act audit outcomes for the 2020-2021 financial year. And it emphasizes increasing oversight and taking a sneak peek on the outcomes of the Auditor General for the municipalities in the province over the past 3 years. I think it's important to reflect on how the province and the municipalities in the province have been faring in as far so that we can be in a position to see whether there's improvement or whether we are regressing. Now for the 2018-2019 financial year, nine qualified audit opinions, and we had 0 unqualified audit opinion. And that's the desirable audit opinion. For 1920, we had 12 disclaimers. So we were consistent on the number of adverse audit opinion. We had 6 qualified audit opinions. So this was a decrease from 9 qualifications in the previous financial year. And lo and behold, we had 1 unqualified. Right along, we now have the audit outcomes of the 2020-2021 municipal financial year. And we've got a total number of 9 disclaimer audit opinions. And I hope you've been paying attention to the number years. 9 disclaimers,
Sorry, I see now I've left. Seems like this first part of the program is some. The chairperson in the province for FAG. Thank you very much, Program Director. 5 minutes. I had planned for 30 minutes. But I will try and be and leadership of Salga, the president and the chairperson in the province, in absentia, the premier, the MEC for finance. Let me just say all protocol observed because we've got this is the thingy. Yeah, the thingy. This is our reputation promise, but I'm not going to dwell then too much on the reputation promise itself. This is the slide I just want to quickly touch on in 2 minutes. Really the corrective actions that are supposed to happen in the municipal environment, also taking into account those that are supposed to take a response. We call it accountability ecosystem, and at the center of it, the reason why I want to talk to it, because it's very much linked to our strategy as the Auditor General, and the conversation, how the conversation since this morning has gone, is that we're focusing so great emphasis on the improvement in local government space. And you'll see at the center of it, we're saying it's ourselves as the Auditor General, because we really want to see the shift in the public. We define it. We say we want to see a public sector that is characterized by good performance, accountability, transparency, and integrity. And those are the things that we've spoken about. But the other role players that are there, they have a role to play. And then talk about the improvements in the environment and leaving ourselves out of the equation. Quickly, the facilitator has already spoken to the slide that deals with the audit outcome. But how the outcomes are looking like, we say over the 5-year term of the previous administration, things were a bit stagnant. That's the message that we gave last time. However, year on year, comparing 2021 and 2020, there was an improvement of about 5 municipalities that improved in the province. I think it's a big thing, but the message that we gave was basically to say we are a bit worried looking at I just want to talk to this slide, and it's a slide that we have not presented before. We've never shown this slide, and I know we've done this presentation a couple of times. After doing these audits, we went back based on the conversations that we would have had with the administrative. We've picked up in the environment, and we've categorized that into 4 pillars. in resolving the issues in local government space. And some of those things, it's clear that they are not really that difficult to sort out. The first part that I want to deal with, it's the capacity and the capability on the basis of the root causes. And I'm talking about the real root causes that we're talking and we're dealing with. And what seems to be clear is that within the environment, especially the BTOs and other critical units, we find that there are officials that needs to be assisted to be able to deliver on what is expected of them. And I think the conversation needs to happen in that space. When we talk about the accountability, the ecosystem and the value chain, to say for as long as we've got junior officials that are not administered, governed and looked after through the performance contract, and that is going to continue to create municipalities and local government. And the issue also on possible officials that are in the environment or these units that are supposed to do certain things. However, sitting, you find that then it's difficult to find them to deliver on that, on what is expected. And some of the things that we say, there is a need for relevant structures to identify those officials that are trainable in the environment and make sure that will be determined by the right structures after consultations and all of that, to say, is there not a need to rearrange and reorganize the stuff in the environment? Accountability ecosystem. When we do the audit from our side, we try to identify the root causes and give an opportunity to management and the leaders to say, to confirm whether those things are true root causes. With the rigor that is needed, it means the performance improvement plan or audit action plans that are going to be put in place are not going to take into account that which needs to be legislation. MFMA tells senior officials, the MMs, the mayors, what is expected of them. And some of those things, it seems like sometimes once you get officials in the environment, they get forgotten on the consequences, because for as long as we are in, there are certain mechanisms and the tools that are supposed to be in place that are not in place. But for as long as that is not taken into account, obviously you are going to find yourself in a space where you'll find it difficult to manage performance. And skip a number of slides. On this slide, we're highlighting things where what we think is broken based on the environment that we've seen and some of the recommendations. We've shared the presentation, and I'm sure the presentation can be shared with whoever would want to see it. On this slide, I just want to lift two. And something that needs to be taken into account, at least from an improvement point of view. There is so much investment made into producing financial reports. Either they come in the form of that you'll find that either Cocta or Treasure will also provide support through experts or consultants, but the impact of that ought to be seen in the improvements in the environment. Currently, that's not what we are seeing, but it's a function of a couple of things. If you've got consultants that are the oversight role that needs to be played over the work that is done by consultants. Obviously, they're running business. And if we've got officials that are laid back, and that cycle is going to continue. And here, we wanted to talk about financial management and stability. One, I think, speakers before me, they've touched on this, the issue of the equitable share that is not sufficient, the issue of local government that is not able to honor of the debt is, or not the debt, revenue is not collectible. So all those things, or 65% of the equitable share going into salaries, those are some of the things that are going to hinder local government. But more important, see an environment where, because we've started raising material irregularities, and we said currently we've raised about 38 material irregularities at the value of about 630 million estimated loss for the things that are really not that difficult to touched on. I think the important thing to raise here is that we don't control the narrative out there insofar as the regular expenditure is concerned. We do what we need to do, and we massive, it's not attended to. It is likely to continue to create problems for local government, because even if when you improve, but you are sitting, if you're sitting with such big irregular expenditure balances, people are always going to associate that. It doesn't matter how long you're going to go and try. Expenditure can be this and that. So these are MIs that I was talking about that we've raised. Importantly here, on the MIs that we've raised MIs about 9 on disclaimed municipalities. Simple and basic things, or we've now raised a number of them, a couple of them on pollution of water, the penalties or overpayment to suppliers or excessive prices that are being paid. But with instability in the environment, things are going to be a bit difficult. The theme of this was for us to talk about, link this to the ethical behavior that drives what needs to be driven in the environment. But we've just taken that basically from the Constitution itself to say these are the principles observe, but the culture, the predominant culture that we've seen in the environment, it's exactly that it's not necessarily supporting what one would want to see, or the Constitution envisage as part of the chapter 10 of the Constitution. I suppose I'm not doing justice to the presentation itself, but these are commitments that when I came in, I think around Feb, March, I met with each and every I did. Yeah, I agree. So, except for maybe those that were not available, but I think I did. So what I wanted here to highlight here was the things that were agreed from those conversations, and to say how far have the And some of these were critical. And from those conversations, there were really important things that came out of those conversations that would have been good to share in a platform like this. But I'll leave that to the expert maybe to touch on as part of the debate. This is the message. And it's not a good message. I just want to say that it's not a good message, but it's not unfounded either. We said, looking at the environment, there is a total neglect of internal controls. That's our observations. That's what we've seen in the environment. We said, because of accountability, that affected negatively service delivery. That's what we've said, and that's what people and the citizens have in their mind. When we report, come 21, 22 financial statements and the general report, but that is not entirely dependent on us. In some of these engagements, the political leadership, especially coordinating institution, they say they're not in the business of favors, and we're also not in the business of dishing out audit outcomes. They need to be earned outcomes. But as I close, I just want to say, as part of the culture shift journey that we are embarking on, what we are going to be doing, and this is important, our auditees in a continuum or in a spectrum. And how we are doing that is saying, based on our assessment and our criteria and our tool, these auditees are not doing that great. They're doing harm. These auditees are doing nothing. Something, and these ones are doing basic, and this category are auditees that are doing good in terms of what we are talking about from a culture shift point of view. Where we would want the support it is right. That's number one. Number two, and then the shift that we need to define, and that shift needs to be defined and agreed between ourselves and the auditees, because we are aware and alive to the fact that when we talk about shifting the culture, the shift that is going to be expected, the shift that we will expect in Dr. KK, because of the different circumstances and the different outcomes, that will obviously have to be defined properly. So I'm just hoping as I close, environment, and we want to be part of the local government in Northwest changing, because believe you, we certainly do not want to be the ones year in, year out, telling a negative story about the local government in a long 5 minutes quoting that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. CVC. I deliberately allowed you to go through messages to our municipalities. Now, ideally, we would have given each panel member an opportunity to give their opening remarks, but because of time, as I have done with the president, who I believe nicely set the scene for us and set the scene, I'm now going to give an opportunity to the provincial chair, Remolefe, to just reflect on whether we have stable councils between the two. to undertake this role of oversight and accountability? And as Salga, what would then be your role in ensuring that the councillors that we have confidently voted into office, the electorate, and that they deliver on the mandate as per the electorate's mandate? Okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, Chair.
The AG. The truth of the matter is that we have new leadership in office. Reality is that this leadership has inherited ailing, spiraling down municipality that have collapsed. At some point, we need to pause and take stock. One of the things is the role of political parties in the stability of governance and councils. I hope that one day in South Africa we'll arrive at a position where workshops that councillors are given, because I get a sense all the time that there is a misalignment of understanding about what really happens in council. One of the things, I have confidence in the leadership that has been elected, but people as you like. The divide, the unsettlement, the instability does not in many cases originate from within. It usually originates instantly from the word go, from the inception of these councils. We have capacitated, whether it's MFMA, whether it's structures, whether we have capacitated, we are over capacitating. I have no doubt the manner in which these mayors, these whips, these it's unfortunate it takes place in one political party or two political parties that I know, where before you become a mayor, they say you must possess this set of qualifications. Today, we will change the trajectory, but we can't continue anymore to say we are stable councils when we don't have the requirements, yet we are required to oversee chartered accountants, people with that anymore. But as Salga will continue to capacitate, but we think the country must really move with the time. Thank you.
I'm now going to move to our Honorable MEC, Mehosho. Your department is basically the custodian of the MFMA. Now, the question that I would like to pose to you is, what do you believe poor audit outcomes? And now that we have seen a slight improvement, what is it that has been done? And most importantly, the role of the Department of Finance in supporting municipal.
No, thank you very much, Program Propeller, and let me acknowledge President. It's always a pleasure as a member of the Budget Forum to engage with you in these platforms. Chairperson, members of the panel. I think let me just, Chair, respond to, the importance of utilizing the post-audit action plan as your daily business. Departure for all of us, because the post-audit action plan, you adopt it in council, and it's a commitment that you made as councillors that you are going to improve the audit outcomes. So it's quite important that you use that as your instrument for monitoring, which is to follow through as to whether that post-audit action plan is not a by the way. And I think the previous improvement is as a result of the work that has been done, the concerted effort done jointly between COCTA and constant engagement, especially during midterm budget assessments with municipalities in the every new, I think January and February, we do those engagements on the midterm before they adopt their draft budgets and their budgets. We then follow through, and part of the question is that whether have they adequately adopted and implemented the post-audit action plan. Embarrassing for most mayors as they present with speakers, and that's when speakers realize that they need to follow through. And what is, I think it is also important that, and that can be done and can be improved. I think it is important that we must continue to be your BTOs. And we have made an analysis against in 2019, as we joined, one becomes a member of Provincial Treasury. We made an analysis of BTOs, the capacity of BTOs, and most of the officials did not have a qualified and prerequisite skills outcomes. So issue of appointing the right people in those offices are important, Chair. I must share with you that at times I push them and say, but do an assessment, and this person is not trainable, where skills cannot be transferred. Time that we get accountants must do accounting, project managers must do project management, and councillors must do their oversight. Now, it is important for council, as and when they do resolution of appointments of senior managers, they get the right people to provide that strategic leadership. Then you'll have a manager or deputy manager to assist us. So for us to improve on audit outcomes, we must adequately implement the post-audit action plan, but we must have capacity. We must have officials that are able to do that, Chair, and who are able to review. Is accountable. It's not about the CFO. It's the entire leadership led by NM. If you have an MM who's not having that desire to strengthen the internal controls of the municipality, then you must know that you have appointed the wrong municipal manager. If you are sitting with an MM where the Auditor General continuously highlights weaknesses within the supply chain, and the MM takes comfort with that you've employed the right person. So it's about time that councils take responsibility. You hold the bull by its horns, and you start to appoint the right people, and you start to hold municipal managers accountable. You cannot have a municipal manager who's a politician. As and when council has to make decisions, he starts to interact with individual councillors and start to lubricate them. And these are part of the challenges that one has observed over time, Chair. This has actually created financial crises in our municipalities today. So it's about time that we have, when you talk about ethical leadership, we must have a council who's able to stamp authority, because you have to be able to drive that service delivery machinery, and the proper ecosystem is for you to implement, to make sure that the post-audit action plans are implemented to the core. And you must be able, even during your planning your IDP process in consultations, Chair, it is important that you must Because if you don't do that, you are likely to remember around July when you know that you need to finalize your draft to give to the AG on the 31st of August, that by the way, you've not implemented it. It must, speakers, make it part of your agenda quarterly. Agenda item quarterly, so that it must come, the mayor must come and bring that report in council. In terms of the oversight that they must conduct over administration. Let me pause at that, Chair. I think I've tried to respond to the questions that you've raised. And I must also acknowledge my colleague, Emisi Mosenuki. She has also joined, I think.
MEC, for your input, quite insightful. You have somehow stolen Mohammed's thunder, because I wanted to say, over and above the advocacy role that Salga plays, both at a political and at an administrative level. Now, given what the MEC has just reflected on in terms of the gaps that we find in the budget and treasury have in place, and do we think that the capacity building programs that we have been implementing over time are yielding the desired results? And if not, where do we need to improve? Over to you, Mohammed.
Thank you for the opportunity. Just to recognize the Salga president, the Salga chair, and also other members of the panel as well, and also all protocols observed as well, just in interest of time. Thank you very much. I think maybe just before I start, so far, the first point I think that has been coming through very clearly is prevention is better than cure. So obviously, in terms of compliance, let's make sure we try and comply, not have non-compliance and trying to address the non-compliance. So obviously that's the one thing. And the second thing that came through very, very clearly, I think from the AG's presentation as well, is the whole issue of a culture shift. I think the whole to be driven or needs to be done because of the Auditor General having something as that in terms of their focus. I think it needs to be done from a perspective from local government itself, to see that we would like to change the culture, because currently, as it's been acknowledged, the system hasn't been working. But now the question is, how do we do it? And in terms of the capacity building, what should we be doing and how should we be doing it, and has it been working or not? So we've identified a couple of initiatives. From a Salga perspective, we've got a program called the Municipal Audit Support Program, or MASS for short. And it focuses on 4 broad pillars: financial management, governance. It's very interesting that when the program director spoke about the 5 issues that they were looking at the state of local government about, and also the 4 issues that the AG was focusing in terms of the drivers of local government, the mass pillars and those things have very similar. But at a very high level, Chair and Program Director and honorable guests in this meeting, I think some of the areas that we've identified from a Salga perspective are the following. Record keeping is vital. And with regards to this, Salga has developed a records management toolkit in conjunction with the Auditor General's office in the previous years and will happen in this financial year as well. Some thematic areas that we've also picked up in financial management that requires capacity building to ensure there's better financial management in terms of how we manage finances is the issue of supply chain management. The politicians understand what should be done, what shouldn't be done. What should you be involved in? What shouldn't you be involved in? And this little issue of interference is something that comes out very clearly in the SCM space, but it's very important to put that also. So obviously the lines that need to be in place must be in place, and there are certain lines which should not also working very closely. Salga has also entered into an MOA or a memorandum of agreement with a professional body called the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, or SIPS for short, with the whole idea of professionalizing the SCM function in municipalities. So that they can also be assisted. The other important element is the whole issue of asset management. And as councillors and delegates will understand, for any municipality to provide proper service delivery, you've got to have proper infrastructure in place, which is functioning, well maintained, or else you're not going to be able to provide the quality of service you provide, and the lived experiences of our communities is going to be impacted in terms of that. So the issue of asset management is vitally important. The AG has also for a number of years identified lots of challenges, lots of shortcomings with regards to asset management. Something called a practice guide on practical asset management. That guide will shortly be disseminated to all municipalities. And in the fourth quarter of Salga's financial year, we're also planning to have actual training with regards to asset management to officials, as well as the political oversight with regards to that as well. And in the last is the whole issue of the financial health in municipalities. So obviously, when you talk about a clean audit, if you have a municipality who's attaining clean audit, but they're having financial health difficulties, the reality is over time, the internal control environment in that municipality is going to be eroded because of the fact that and also there's an element to ensure that we've got good service delivery as well as good financial management practices, etc. So everything has to be in balance. But in order for those things to be in place, we need to ensure that we have the right people with the right skills, etc., that have been appointed. And then also from the political oversight element, we need to be able to as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for giving us the practical solutions for capacity building, especially in the BT. We've had a perspective from provincial government. I think now we need to give a representative from an institution of higher learning, the academia, so that they can also give us their views and reflections of whether they believe this province, specifically councillors, what is your general view of the accountability and oversight in the Northwest municipalities? And coupled with that, I'm sure you that is being made through the implementation of different projects, programs, especially on infrastructure. Can we hold councillors accountable for all this investment that has been made? Do we see the returns? Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. May you just repeat the first one? I think I missed the first. Oh, thank you so much. Let me start by saying that for the first question, I would say that the audit outcomes, they speak for themselves. But I just want to say also that I like the balance that has been struck in the conversations that have been on. You have this perception that local government, there is corruption, there is incompetence, there is poor oversight, money is being stolen, and so on and so forth. But it was refreshing also, on the other hand, no. It's not just the fact that there's corruption. Maybe we need to pause and think about the funding model that we have in place. Local government to advance its agenda for delivering services effectively and efficiently. I think we've heard about the challenges that the MPECs are facing in terms of a shortage of resources for MPECs to be effective in performing their oversight functions. And I think that has got to be looked at stakeholders. To what extent do they have the resources for them to undertake their responsibilities? Because you cannot expect oversight stakeholders to perform their functions effectively and efficiently. But I think we also have to acknowledge, this is the other side also of the argument. We also have to ask questions regarding whether, I think the MEC touched on that, to what extent do we have the But if you do not have the right people in the right positions, I think whatever you are going to do is going to be a whistle in the wind. I think looking at the whole accountability ecosystem, as the AG put it, and I just want to quote implications in terms of what needs to be done. And he said there is total neglect of internal controls. But I just want to go on and say, total neglect of internal controls. Are there consequences for actions? And therefore, that brings me to a very critical point, which is consequence management. To what extent is there effectiveness in the whole accountability? Transgressors accountable for their transgressions. You know, in psychology, they have what they call positive reinforcement. You reinforce certain behaviors. In a certain manner. So if there are transgressions, if there is absolute total neglect, right, for internal controls, what do we do about it? Is if there is a post-audit action plan, which has got very clear recommendations. Why is it that there is no difference which is made, despite the fact that there's a very clear action plan? And there's stakeholders who have got very clear responsibility. But I think before we paint a very glim picture, it's important that we also acknowledge, I think that was the president who said that we also acknowledge the improvement that has been made. I think in a way, it shows that probably maybe we are making a step in the right direction. But for local government to do more in terms of especially consequence management. When there are transgressions, what do we do after that so that that is not going to be repeated? If a child is going to repeat that behavior, is almost one. So I think the challenge is, what are we doing about transgressors in the system? And as an institution of higher learning, I think we can also say that we are also raising our hand to say, government, but we are willing to be partners. We believe that as a university, particularly the Northwest University, we are not supposed to be an ivory tower. But the knowledge that we produce should ultimately have an impact. Reason that I always say when we are invited to platforms like this, that our research focus areas as universities are supposed to be problem areas or challenges which local government, for example, is facing. So we are here to willing partners in collaborating with local government to conduct meaningful research that can have an impact on the audit outcomes in local government. You talk about the having as experts, we've got engineers, you name it. So I would say probably a sustainable partnership between local government and institutions of higher learning is going to go a long way in building capacity for local government to have meaningful impact.
Thank you very much. Spoken like a true professor. I wish I had that the panelists can share, but unfortunately, because of time constraints, we're going to have to pause here because we've got other debates that will be coming after lunch. But just in summary and in closing this grand debate, recommendations with the seriousness that they deserve. And what they are making as recommendations is not rocket science. They're making very practical, implementable audit outcomes. And mind you, it's not only about ticking the box of a clean audit. It's about being effective and efficient as a municipality. The AG is not our enemy. I always say there's 3 people that I fear, and it's a myth. It's the AG. I don't remember the third one. SARS, yes, thank you. So all of these 3 entities, they shouldn't be our enemies, but they should be accountability and oversight should not be seen as an added responsibility, especially to councillors. It should be an inherent part of what we do on a daily basis in executing our mandate as councillors. Us as officials should make it our responsibility. That will make the accountability and oversight work very easy. And then lastly, let's minimize talking and let's maximize to actually turn the tide in as far as the picture that has been painted about the Northwest municipality is concerned. So with those few remarks, I would like to thank the panel. I would like to thank the Office of the Auditor General, and thank you very much for being such a good audience. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we've agreed that it would not be a debate in its true essence if we do not take 2, 3, 4 hands from plenary. Given what has just been presented, it is important that we hear what our member municipalities have got. It's an input, it's clarity. Of course, we ask that we don't do preambles, no overemphasis, just go straight to your point. So by the powers vested in me as a deputy chair of four hands, or we can do one hand each row. I will check the site if there is a hand, Councillor Speaker of Lekwa, and you will be the second speaker of Madibeng, number 2. I'm sorry, Honorable Councillor, I don't know your name, but you'll be number 3. The last hand, see, but you are wearing a black top, I think. Yes. So those are the 4. Okay. Mamak, you'll be the last. Okay. Under a minute, please, councillors.
Left Councillor Pilani Lekwateman, local municipality speaker. I just want to echo what the MEC for Finances alluded to, Chair, because that is at the umbilical cord of the divisions in many municipalities. The role of municipal managers. You see, these municipal managers are the ones who determine whether they are highly using money to divide councils. If we are to do a thorough research on many municipalities that are in the brink of collapse, municipal managers are playing a significant role. Now we are requesting that after appointing them, they begin to lead us now. They begin to give us direction. And it's so unfortunate, Chairperson. The last issue, Chair, that I just want to throw through the window, Chairperson, is the injustice that is happening, where we become employers. We employ an employee, the employee earns 5. I know it's not relevant for this discussion, but how do you appoint a person who gets $1 million while you get 20,000?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2. Under a minute.
Thank you.
As you are requesting, all protocol observed. Chair, I wanted to ask a lot of questions and comments, but I will be short. I want to confine myself within the theme of the session in terms of consequence management is concerned. Chair, in everyone in the municipality, whether who they are, they perform their delegated functions in terms of Section 59 of the Local Government Municipal System Act. Now, there's so everybody, they must do their work. You see, I was disappointed or disturbed, Chair, on the AG's findings or comment. AG said she can't even obtain committees. You see, in our municipalities every day, those committees are sitting. Projects are being awarded, but when the AG wants the document, she does not find them. So, but somebody must be you, because the president said something important. The elephant is in the house. Now the question is, who is the elephant? The elephant is us. If we can, you know, regulate, maybe if it's possible, human conduct, because it's us who are interfering in the administration. They accountable. So the people who must do their work, they must do their work. That information that AG I batlang has thing, somebody must be I don't know, somebody must be jailed. They must wear overalls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 3.
Program Director, Councillor Mbekwa from Muritele Local Municipality. Mine is just to thank and acknowledge that Salga has realized our struggle as councillors. It has been spoken several times that relevant people for the relevant position in order to execute the right entails financial management, governance, institutional capacity, and leadership. It's my 3rd term in council, and then I must say we are tired with these programs because of when you move out of the council, those programs doesn't assist you. We need accredited so that when you go out of council, we don't find ourselves fighting for EPWP job with the community. We must remain honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Councillor Sharon Letlape.
Let's settle down.
I am Councillor Sharon Letlape from the Rustenburg Local Municipality. I'm also a member of MPEC. Councillor who stood before me, that the theme is increasing oversight and accountability for better audit outcome. But the reality is that, like the speakers have said in the panel, a good audit outcome does municipalities. We appoint contractors to go and assist us into making sure that we deliver services to our people. We do not go and do oversight and follow up on these contracts. Firstly, it's the processes that were followed to appoint these people. Secondly, no one follows up on whether the municipality or whether we are running at a loss. And like you have said, rightfully so, MPEC is not capacitated with human resource and with monetary resources, particularly also with support from the municipality itself. So when MPEC members come to the municipality, we're even considered as enemies because municipal officials feel that MPEC, the committee of MPEC is there to dig up things that they are not supposed to dig. That is why they end up being enemies of municipal officials. He speaks about consequence, accountability and consequences. Maybe we should have a consequence management policy that is going to guide us, because each time council will refer items to MPEC for investigation, have names attached. They do not have they don't give direction to say, we found certain things that were done irregularly. These are the people who are attached. These are the names or officials that are attached. And therefore, this is what must happen. We always come back again and
As
say,
you land,
and we are really just administrators ourselves as political heads in municipalities. Now, as I end, I would like to propose with what Prof has said. Prof said that he's here to make sure that the University of Northwest partners with municipalities speeches and do researches for us. Maybe there must be a team of research students from the university that are going to be taken to different municipalities to go and do research, conduct research, so that the outcomes of those researches will not be an elephant view problems. And the research must also show that, so that when we come back and say,
Councillor, I've given you too much
Thank
time
you
and
very
you are
much.
expanding. Thank you very much. Wena wa Dilasi, Honorable Mother.
Sabi from Moses Kotane local municipality, the single whip. Now my input on the presentation. We thank the presentation straight and on spot. Now, Nanagere, we lack the political will. Number two, my honorable mayor here covered me on the issue that the MMs that were employing are the one who are causing instability, dividing the councillors. Again, as councillors, you know, I don't know how to put it, because most of the councillors, especially where I'm coming from, they're honoring officials. They don't know that they are the main officials. But we perform as councillors because people are one service delivery from us. Number last, the clean audit. I've heard the outcome of the Auditor General, clean audit, adverse. But at no service delivery, we're having a lot of challenges. So now I don't know what to say, because we don't have how bonus. That's why people are angry to the councillors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think the comments and the inputs are noted. We can just so I will give, should I give you facilitator to facilitate the responses, please? I was only protecting my councillors to have a bite.
I wish I could say no, but yeah. So having listened to the questions, where the honorable councillor was raising a concern about municipal managers supposedly acting as superior to councillors and actually managing councillors, whereas the opposite has to apply. And I would request respond to that. There was also a question from the same council about the salaries of officials being higher than those of councillors themselves, whereas the councillors are the employer. But how can the employer reflect on that question? And then there's also a number of questions on consequence management that I'll request Honorable MEC for sure to just reflect on the questions and comments relating to consequence management. And then Mohammed, if you can also just respond very briefly to the mean an honorable councillor even beyond his term as a councillor. And I think for you, Prof, I think it was just an assertion from the councillor that we need to strengthen the partnership with Yes, the political administrative interface. I hope I've captured that. What is the actual question? Municipal managers are controlling councillors.
No, thank you very much. Something I have never mastered in my life. What do you do when you appoint an MM or any employee for that matter? Yourself shortlist, invite for interviews, recommend to council, eventually you yourself appoint. How do you then turn around and cry about your own product? The fact of the matter are written, but there are other unwritten processes that have power over the written and legislated processes that you are not at liberty to talk about today. Will to do the same, for we all know the consequences. It is regrettable. They are officials we have inherited, some we have created, who are more powerful than us. Where I'm told I'm the political head, I've got about 6 SIU reports. Some affect senior managers, some just junior managers. You just touch one, and the whole world journalists to write bad about me. That's why I'm forever in the newspapers. The issue is not the Delpan, the issue is the SIU reports, and I'm trying to be diplomatic, but something tells me I must be pragmatic as well. So there are realities of the environment where we were national. You see, at national level, there's only one political principle. That's the MEC. He or she takes decision and it goes. Now, in our setup, it's the man. You see, that's the reality of where we are. If they fortunately agree on that item, there are 54 others copied. That's the reality of where we are. It's complex. It requires a different kind of a politician who's eat well, pray, and that's it.
Lunch, I hope that slide is ready. He is trying to scatter around on it. That slide. Unfortunately, I'm not sure Lance will be able to show it. But the slide, it shows an elephant in the, can you imagine an elephant inside a small room? The true. Can you manage that? That is why I said we are dealing with the politics. and politics within the context it as reflecting as governance. Okay. Okay. Maybe probably it will be important that Northwest read thoroughly the report presented by the Chief Justice on state capture. The Chief Justice is raised is our manner in which we handle issues of government. And you can go, I can refer you to a specific chapter where I wrote in details. Okay. What it make it to be Blair? I mean, you can also understand it why. I mean, look, for instance, the MEC, I always argue this point that the parliament resolved to bail out, not writing SAA to go to Cape Town, the accountability in terms of returns on investment and protection of the asset. Okay. Then the chair of the province speak about probably that is why Lance will and the Salga team that is here will always understand this. That is why we argued very strongly because of the experience that we had in various provinces, including your province, Northwest, where you will find a tractor driver on the parking bay. And you find you seated there, you know the council, how it sits. The speaker in between, municipal manager, the director corporate service. And either one of these happen to be decision, a caucus is asked, and then you are told that that is our decision. You can't touch that. So the issue of local government is not like walking in the park, like many people. Come first. Probably that is why we must ask ourselves a question. Why in the history since the establishment of local government system in South Africa, why up until between 2000 and 2017, have you toss around the issues? I think the chair earlier on when he opens his flag on these issues. The issue is local government is a very difficult can take a decision, but the mayor must go and ask to his cleaner in his office to take a decision. Is it right or is it a wrong decision? And the cleaner happened to be senior to him. So the contradiction and the complexity of the local government is not like many people will take a podium and lament. We are saying a Salga. In whatever that you do, and this is what I've said to academians, and in the recent past engagement with the Human Rights Commission conference, in whatever but political parties contest elections. Now, the behavior and the ethical behavior that you are talking about, I know all of us who are coming from families here. You have a way that in which you have brought up in terms of conduct. ministers, she grew up in a granny. She will be asked like any kid to go and buy. And if you don't come back with a change, as little as it is, you've got big hiding from parents. Happening in local government, who's taking responsibility? Why it should be councillors? Okay, that is a debate of another day. I hope in that debate, I'm prepared to enter into that debate because we must deal with this narrative because it's a very bad and incorrect narrative about councillors, about different officials and so on. Why councillors are paid less than purportedly those that referred to be I think it goes back to history, and I wish one day we'll have time to look into that history. The architectural design of local government since the negotiations period. Remember, local government, it was the last to be negotiated. In Codesa 1, Codesa 2, and it became in the manner in which it was done and thereby design and of the white paper that we're referring to of 1998. Okay. And remember, those that want to have to remember, a decision that he took because he saw the inequalities. Because there were inequalities that come from time immemorial of the operation. But Salga as an association, what we have done over the years and the work that have been done by many leaders that came before us, before the correct entity called public office bearers, but public office bearers and remuneration, something like that, commission. And over these years, it has been our battle. And I hope you'll get a report about councillor welfare, probably in the NMA, if it's not today, but Lance will be able to talk to that when he speak tomorrow. Councillor welfare in our packaging is what you're supposed to get as your remuneration, but also spoke about, I don't want short courses. I want a degree. And so that when I go out of the system, I can be used. Led by now, we are reflecting on the councillor welfare or councillor empowerment. And we have said, after tedious back and forth battle between ourselves and the department, ultimately the notice that have been issued, looking exactly to that. Part to that is that you can't blame, you can't blame, oh, sorry. Part to that is that it is important to impart to today's challenges.
Thank you very much, President. Deputy Chair Wangloncha, but it's fine. I'm going to request that we only take the last input from MEC Hosho, because I think part of what the councillor raised about capacity building has been covered by the in this debate.
No, thank you very much, Program Propeller. Consequence management. The whole lies with the public office bearer. So it is important that we strengthen our oversight role because we've taken oath of office as public office bearers. And by the way, we've been elected and being entrusted by the responsibility of changing lives of the people as councillors, not as administration. Now, at the administration, it's yourselves. So there are two ways to it. There's no middle road. There's no middle road there. And I want to borrow from what the Minister of Culture always said, Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, that, you know, this juicy stuff, your peppers and all that, you'll be bloated at some point. And you'll be confronted with this harsh protests by your own communities who will lose trust in you because you are not decisive in terms of providing leadership. And this is what the AG says, political oversight. So it is important that we must separate. That's why Adi evaluates, and then Baba manage the politician. And the elephant is the room is not only about councillors, it's about how we fail to hold administration accountable, colleagues. And that is why, Chairs, I conclude. And to the MPEC, M-SCOA training. We are very deliberate. We are getting them to be technical, President, because they must be able to read that Section 71 report. There's a problem with that report. But speakers and councillors, PR councillors who are not in the MACO, you must be able to insist that report and start to do oversight. So let's do oversight. Let's hold the administration accountable. And where there's wrongdoing, let's do proper investigation and let be consequence management. Everybody must account. If you do something wrong at home, you get a hiding. That's what President is saying. All of us, we come. So let's strengthen our oversight role. Let's be decisive. Let's be ethical. Let's provide leadership and let's change the lives of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, and thank you once again to the panelists. So this marks the end of this session. We are now going to break for 45 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.